Let us pray. Lord God Almighty, we pray for all who bear a heavy responsibility in our bay and in whom a great trust is given. We especially pray for our mayor, councillors and officers as they discern what is best for our community. Give wisdom to their decisions and purpose to their actions, mindful of those who struggle and are vulnerable, the effects on our environment and the impact on future generations. In all this, we ask for wisdom and humility. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
I will request attendees to observe a minute's silence as a mark of respect in memory of former councillor and Civic Mayor Terry Manning, Freeman and former coroner Hamish Turner, and Trevor Staveley of Torbay Street Pastors, all of whom have recently passed away. Our thoughts are with their family and friends. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Father Paul. The purpose of this meeting is to deal with a number of major issues for the well-being of Torbay and best interests for the community. My role as Civic Mayor is to ensure that today's agenda is dealt with efficiently and to allow fairness throughout the discussions. As you are aware, the meeting is governed by strict procedures and standing orders. To make sure that the meeting is run fairly, I expect healthy discussion, respectful speeches by councillors, and I will not allow repetition. I will also not allow any personal comments against other councillors, barracking, talking across the chamber, or talking loudly amongst yourselves. If I see any of these behaviours, I will stop the debate to call the meeting to order, and I will not hesitate to use standing orders to remove councillors from the meeting. If members wish to make a point of order or personal explanation, I will consider on a case-by-case basis when I take these. Although standing orders allow individuals to be seated during their speeches, I would prefer, if whenever possible, councillors to stand when addressing the council, so that you can be clearly seen and heard. When speaking, please ensure microphones are turned on. If members wish to leave the meeting before it is finished, please allow standing order A25.7 and give apologies before you leave via the Head of Governance Support. Please note that we are live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the Council meeting will be recorded. Please can attendees refrain from watching the live stream, as this will cause interference with our viewers. We are not expecting a fire alarm testing today. In the event of an evacuation, you will hear a recorded message requesting you to evacuate the building. Please leave by the nearest exit The Riviera staff will assist you. Once outside, please assemble in the front of the tennis courts to the seaward side of the building. Please also ensure that all mobile phones and iPads are turned to silent. I will call a break if the meeting is going beyond 7 p.m. Are there any apologies for absence?
Mr Mayor, apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Nicolau, and I'm also understanding that Councillor Cow will be leaving the meeting early this evening.
Thank you. I propose that the minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of July 2023 as signed as correct and recorded. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. I will now take the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Have any members any non-pecuniary or disclosable pecuniary interests in any of the matters on today's agenda? Councillor Brooke?
Yes, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in item number 8. I'm a director at the Torbay Economic Development Company.
Councillor Madison?
Yes, likewise, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in number 8 for the same reason as a member of the TDA board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fox?
Again, likewise, I'm a member of the TDA board.
Thank you very much. Would members please ensure that they also declare their interest before the relevant item is discussed and complete the interest form which the Head of Governance Support has given to you? Have any officers any personal interests or any matters on today's agenda? No, lovely, thank you. I have no announcements to make for this evening's meeting. Has the Leader of the Council any announcements that he wishes to make?
Thank you indeed, Mr Mayor. I've 3 items that I would like to bring to members and everyone watching's attention. The first of those is the draft community and corporate plan that the Cabinet launched last night. And effectively, we launched a 20-year plan last night with an aim to basically transcend politics, with an aim to be truly for our community, very high level. If you go back to when Torbay Council was originally set up, or Torquay Council, I should say, the 2 Latin phrases that were used were Salus et Felicitatus, health and happiness. And we actually went back to that, health and happiness. We added a third of prosperity. And I think between health, happiness and prosperity, an aim that in 20 years' time, our community and our residents are in a healthier place, in a happier place, and have more prosperity. I believe that there is nothing in there that would offend councillors of any particular colour. And the idea being that if we have a 20-year plan, it enables us to move on quite quickly in the bits between each administration. In order to get to where we've got to has taken 4 months, 5 months. And by the time eventually it comes through, it was launched for consultation last night. So it's available on the website so people can go and have a look at it. And we really urge everybody to go to the website, Let's have your comments. Let's have your thoughts, because this piece of work will be coming back. It will be discussed in this council chamber in December, when we can all get, hopefully, behind that. Of course, the political piece of all this is the business plan. They sit underneath the 20-year plan. Those business plans, they would obviously be 4 years for the term of an administration. And it is quite right that an administration has its business plan, but that's where I see the political bits being within that 20-year plan. If you look at any of our major towns and cities to achieve big projects, just to take one project in Plymouth, for example, Drake Circus, it took them 20 years to get Drake Circus across the line. And that was because they have elections almost every year, but the whole council got behind where they wanted to be in 20 years' time. So that's, just want to give a little mention there to the corporate and community plan. The second item that I do want to mention is the results of the resident survey. So the first time in Torbay that we have conducted the resident survey had a huge response, 1,390 people engaging in that process, which was absolutely superb. Those results were published last night. At the moment, those results actually sit as an appendices underneath the draft community and corporate plan. However, they are being elevated to feature on a page within our website to make it easier to get to. They're kind of squirreled away, but they are there, and all of the questions that we asked, and more importantly, the answers, the responses to what our residents said about those questions are there. There is also, they are gauged with, you'll see a blue bar plus an orange bar. The orange bar is our results locally. The blue bar is the LGA bar that's taken across the whole of the country. So when you ask residents a particular question, we're expecting a percentage. The orange bar will indicate how much further we are away from that average. And the third and final thing, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, that I would like to mention is our ongoing resident engagement events. Now, we spoke about this being a brand new way of working. We spoke about the resident survey being the lead of that, and the first big piece of work. That was a 21-day consultation. We said that on the back of that, every other month, this council would put itself out there on the streets, members and officers prepared to be on the streets and talk to our residents. So we're not hiding behind a computer screen. If you don't do social media, don't do Facebook or whatever, and you want to just come and have a chat to us, well, we're going to be out there. The first one of those comes about on the 29th of September, coming up very soon. 29th of September is World Heart Day, and so it is also on that day that we are launching the Director of Public Health's annual report with a focus on highlighting cardiovascular health. That's going to be at the Paynton Library on the 29th of September. We're going to be there from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. And I would just urge all councillors across the whole of the chamber, if you can spare half an hour, particularly if it's in your ward, you know, when we're actually coming and bringing the council to your ward. Thank you very much, Councillor Penny. Delighted you said it's going to be there. Fantastic. Because it's a great opportunity, you know, for people who may not actually get on the phone to talk to you. They can come and talk to you. So it's not a political-led debate. It is there for all councillors to engage. So I would just urge everybody. And they'll come up every other month. And I can promise you, I won't stand up here at every council meeting giving you the complete update, but please look out for them because they'll roll forward every other month. First one being in September 29th. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I understand that the Chief Executive doesn't have any announcements. I would like to vary the order of business on today's agenda to enable item 7 on the agenda, members' questions, to be considered after item 18. Standing order D11 in relation to overview and scrutiny, calling an urgency. 2 petitions have been received this evening's meeting. The first petition has been received requesting the Council to review bylaws to allow the ADELA BM79 and other small-scale fishermen to sell their catch directly from their boats. The petitioner has requested to present the petition to the Council meeting. Please note that there will be no debate on the petition in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. I understand that Mr. Northway would like to speak on the petition. I would like to welcome Mr. Northway to the meeting. Would you please take a seat at the microphone? You have 5 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you, Mr. Northway.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the esteemed Council today. I sit before you to present a proposal that I believe will greatly benefit our community, promote our lovely town of Brixham and its surrounding areas, and contribute to the preservation of a long-standing tradition that was something that happened in Brixham in the 50s, 60s and 70s. I humbly request the amendment of the bylaws to allow me to sell fish directly from the ADELA. I understand that COVID-19 pandemic was an exceptional situation and it required exceptional measures for survival. Like many other businesses, I was also severely affected by the drop in market prices by up to 70%. However, undeterred, I adapted my business model to survive these harsh economic conditions and managed to make it work. I came up with a novel idea based on the traditional idea of selling fish directly from the boat in one of the 3 harbours on a daily basis, which did not just sustain my business, it contributed to the local economy. Now, combined with the bylaws that were initially relaxed during the pandemic but are now being enforced again, it has significantly hindered my earning potential, making it almost impossible for me to make a decent living. Specifically, I'm referring to the requirement of landing on the market, which is not practical for my business due to my size and the type of fishing I'm engaged in, but have been given the explanation that I should land on the market, which is currently dominated and therefore monopolised by large-scale trawlers. I understand the need for regulation and control in any business environment, but it seems like these regulations are disproportionately disadvantaging the small boat fishermen. That has formed the backbone of the local economy. During COVID-19, clear requirements were put in place to ensure hygiene regulations were met, and I can assure you I still have taken every precaution to address these hygiene concerns. As a responsible fisherman, I still have invested the necessary equipment and training to ensure that my boat still meets the highest standards of food cleanliness. And I can guarantee that the fish that I sell will be of the utmost quality and freshness. By selling fish directly from the boat, I have the opportunity to showcase the unique charm of Brixham and its rich fishing heritage. Visitors and locals alike will be drawn in to the bustling activity around the harbour, creating a vibrant atmosphere that promotes tourism and economic growth. This initiative will not only benefit me, but also contribute to the overall prosperity of the community. Moreover, this direct selling approach offers significant educational value, as I continue to receive requests from local schools for me to conduct sessions about the coastal treasures. Visitors will have the chance to learn sustainable fishing practices, the importance of preserving our marine ecosystems, and the challenges faced by small boat fishermen. By fostering this educational experience, we can instill a sense of appreciation and stewardship for our local environment. I would like to emphasise that the benefits of this proposal extend beyond my personal interests. Small boat fishermen who often struggle to compete with larger vessels will have a fair opportunity to thrive in the industry. By amending the bylaws in a way that benefits small boats of a certain size, we can ensure that the advantages are not exploited by larger vessels. This will level the playing field and create a more exclusive and equitable fishing community. Furthermore, sustainability lies at the heart of my proposal. It is crucial that the amended bylaws require all participants to demonstrate sustainable fishing practices. This will ensure the responsible management of our marine resources and secure the long-term viability of our fishing industry. By encouraging sustainable practices, we can protect the delicate balance of our ecosystems and guarantee a prosperous future for generations to come. In conclusion, I commend this proposal to you, esteemed council members, and hope you favourably consider the immense benefits that amending the bylaws to allow the direct sale of fish from the boat can bring to our community. By promoting hygiene standards, fostering education, supporting small boat fishermen and emphasising sustainable practices, we can revitalise our local economy, preserve our fishing traditions and create a more vibrant and prosperous Brixham. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr Northway, the petition will be referred to the Director of Pride and Place for consideration in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Place Development and Economic Growth. You will receive a letter from the Director of Pride and Place in due course to advise you the outcome of your petition. Thank you very much, Mr Northway. Please take your seat back in the audience.
Thank you, everybody.
A second petition has been received requesting the Council to remove and replace the new LED lighting in the Harbour wall below King Street, Brixham. The petition will be submitted direct to the decision maker and it will be considered by the Director of Pride and Place in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Place Development and Economic Growth. I move to item number 8, future operations for the structure and operation of Torbay Economic Development Company Limited. Please refer to page 21.
Just need to reconfirm non-pecuniary interest in this item.
So just reconfirming for Councillor Brooke,
Councillor Madison,
Madison and Fox. Can Councillor Chris Lewis please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy to propose this motion, that the recommendation from the Cabinet last night on the, as per the papers in our packs. This is a sad day, but also a very exciting day. It's a sad day because 11, 12 years ago was when the TDA was founded, and I was the portfolio holder that helped to set it up with Steve Parrott and Alan Denby. And we've seen it grow over those years, and it's been a success. We've got the new Epic building. Many developments around the bay have been done and helped by the TDA. And many small businesses, medium-sized businesses have also been helped. But it's an exciting day because I think it's a new era. And one that I think we will look back on with pride. I'd like to thank the staff, the chairman of the board of the TDA, Vince Flower, and the managing director, Liam Montgomery. And of course, all the staff that work for the TDA. And they will be joining Torbay Council. They will be joining the team that are there to deliver. I hope they will be proud to join the council, and we will be proud for them to be part of our team going forward. This administration is about delivery and making difficult decisions. We believe the best way to deliver for the Bay is to bring the TDA in-house. It's not about money. It's not about the staff, who I've already mentioned, who I believe have done a first-class job. It's about making decisions quicker, making them more transparent. We go to the electorate. We went in May, and the good residents of Torbay voted for us. So it's bringing it in, showing more transparency. It's not hidden behind TDA with a separate board. Very much part of the council. And above all, I think it's important to bring it in-house to improve the economy of the Bay. In 2011, when the TDA was set up, we lived in different times. The government encouraged local authorities to set up businesses like the TDA. A lot of the money came through the RDA, which I was a board member of. A lot of the European money came through and was distributed through economic companies. We are, in fact, one of the last of the authorities to change and bring it in-house. There are very, very few economic development companies attached to local authorities. The government are now looking at local authorities to distribute the funds, and we can see that with the town deal for Torquay, with the High Street Fund for Paynton, and the levelling up funds that are coming up now. It is the council that are bidding for those, and the council who will then distribute the money and use the money wisely. And that's why I think it's exciting times ahead for Torbay. May take time, but I believe the team, and it is a team, will deliver. We will welcome the staff from the TDA, and together, Mr. Mayor, I believe we will succeed. I put this motion to you, and I'm pleased to propose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to second this motion. So building on everything that Councillor Lewis has said, the TDA has delivered some key successes for Torbay since its inception, and the staff have been integral to securing those millions of pounds of government investment. But, and as importantly, Torbay's overall economic performance continues to decline. As measured by our GVA per head of population, Torbay, and this is sad but this is a stark reality, Torbay is the lowest performing local authority area in England. Skill levels in the workforce, other indicators emphasising the challenges facing the place. And it is on the back of those figures that government selected Torbay as a levelling up partnership place. So fantastic news that we are recognised by government as needing some assistance, and that we are going to get that assistance as part of that levelling up partnership. But we are only getting that levelling up partnership because we haven't grown, because our GVA has remained not so low, but the lowest performing local authority area in England. And that's something that I think that we need to do something about. As Councillor Lewis has said, this is not, this decision, this particular one about the TDA, is not about money. It's about delivery. But not delivery for Torbay Council, but for delivery of Torbay, the place of Torbay. Delivery for our residents. One of the most important features, I think, in the whole of this document revolves around the staff that currently work within the TDA. And I think what is important for all members to understand, and I'm sure you do, there's a huge amount of work done by the TDA from the council. That work needed doing yesterday. It'll be needed to be done tomorrow. And also, it'll be needed to be done in a month's time. That's why there will be no redundancies in this process. It's written in the report, really clear, no redundancies, and that gives, or at least it should, give reassurances to staff members within the TDA that they have got a continued income stream within their job. But we do need to recognise that times have changed from 2019. 2019, you know, when the concept of the TDA was born, government were talking about bringing things down a level. Well, they did, to the Regional Development Agency, the RDA, Regional Development Agency, came down a level from where it was. There's now continued conversation about that, which is now devolution, which is talking about a devolution across Devon, Torbay, Plymouth and Devon. That brings it down to a very different level, a much more local level, but at the same time, it drives that emphasis from up here down to down here. And really, that's where the focus of government is going to be. And that is why there are only two...
30 seconds, Councillor
Thank you.
Thomas.
There are only two TDA kind council businesses still operating in the country. One is Peterborough and one is TDA. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? We're trying to resolve that situation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I now invite debate. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Liberal Democrat group have raised a number of concerns about this item since the report was issued, but sadly we haven't received any comfort on this matter. Indeed, if anything, our concerns have been heightened. For example, 2.8 of the report mentions that one of the supposed benefits of this proposal is that processes will be streamlined and staff will be focused on projects. However, the report also says that there will be the creation of a Torbay Council strategic holding company. So I've been presuming all along that the processes of servicing the TDA will be replaced by the processes of servicing this new holding company. Indeed, at Cabinet last night there were no reassurances on this, just confirmation that indeed there would be this holding company, but no details on how it would operate or whether there would be any democratic oversight of it. We've asked questions about whether this holding company exists already or whether it needs to be created, and we're still waiting for answers to those questions. But interestingly, in the Cabinet record of decision on the TorVista item from last night, it has been revealed that the holding company will need to be set up and governance arrangements will need to be put in place. Cabinet members didn't mention this last night, so I presume that this is news to them. So unless there is a different holding company for the TDA, as feared, the costs of servicing and the governance arrangements for the TDA are going to be replaced by servicing the new holding company with all the governance arrangements and meetings, etc. And it would be interesting to know what the costs of setting up this new company are going to be and where the funding is coming from to do that. The report is also quite open about the fact that much of the income that the TDA receives will be foregone and lost to Torbay, the place. So much for having a firm grip on the finances. 3.4 of the report, as has been highlighted a number of times, that there will be no staff redundancies and that staff will be integrated and that work will need to be done. And the report in general quite talks about the expertise of the TDA staff and their success in obtaining funding, and that's quite right. Having been on the TDA board for 4 years, and indeed having worked for the council for 8 years, I am acutely aware that the TDA has a very different work ethic and a positive vibe compared to the council. And a major concern that I have is that many TDA staff may not want to work for the council, and that expertise and institutional knowledge will be lost. I don't know whether the staff have been asked about this at all. We haven't had that information. The voice of the TDA is missing from this report, and requests for conversations from this side of the chamber with the TDA have been blocked. And I understand the TDA have been advised that opposition councillors can only communicate with the TDA on this matter in writing, which seems all very paranoid and controlling, when very often a lot of these things are much easier to discuss verbally rather than in a series of questions. Tonight and since May, we've had promises from Cabinet members that there will be delivery. As yet, that hasn't been defined about what it is that's going to be delivered. But all we've had so far is cancellation of existing regeneration projects and silence on many others. And now we have this shuffling of the organisation with some bits being brought into the council and new holding companies being put into place that will only delay delivery of projects. No mention of the report of the Liz Truss government's causation of many of the economic crises that have been going
30 seconds, Councillor Long.
Thank you. And no mention has been made in this report of the residents either. So much for putting the voice of the resident at the heart of everything this administration does either. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can read it. We acknowledge, obviously, that the world has changed since 2011. When we understand in such circumstances it may well be appropriate to review arrangements and with the purpose of better achieving Council's objectives. Not in question. It's reassuring that the Director of Finance does not materially disagree with the financial assumptions. Surprising to hear that the present administration, so keen on careful control of finances, is saying this is nothing about money, nothing about money. It's got to be a little bit about money somewhere. It has to be, it must be. And it's not unreasonable to expect, therefore, to receive some figures, some data, some detail, some facts behind the statements that we have in this report. The report does not clearly state the improvements sought, the outputs. Outputs are within our control. We can determine what they are. Outcomes, of course, are not totally within our control, but partially. It would be interesting to get that substance behind it. It's easy to write, we want this, we want that. Excellent. Don't we all? We want improvements, we want Torbay to do well. You bet we do. We're with you, 100%. Not in question. But what we struggle with is lack of the substance behind this. Much information is not there that support the assertions you are making, even on the risks and the benefits. And you do put in some risk and benefits in overall terms, quite right, without delving in a little more. One-off example, and I agree, this is not a make or break issue, but to start off, temporary transition costs. we have a difficulty. We can't decide on A, B or C, particularly B and C, if things are to move. How much is the options estimated to cost? What impact is there on the Council's budget in 23-24 and 24-25? Although intended to go live, I understand, next year, beginning of the financial year, there will be bedding in effects for both former TDA staff and for affected council staff. I heard last night, well, of course, we all know each other, we work together, and there'll be absolutely no differences at all. My experience, one, having gone through it myself, and two, in my more professional role, seeing others, very rarely is there not some challenges, some reason, oops, we haven't quite started when we intended because. Now, if that doesn't happen here, great. I'll be the first to say well done. But I don't believe it. How long, therefore, is it estimated full integration to achieve these intended results? How to minimise disruption, for example, to outside TDA clients? Are we be working with these TDA clients in the future? I understand the reports on the way about cooperation with other local authorities. Some of these local authorities are clients of. We come along and say, oh God, it's them again. How can we work with them? They just dumped us. Just a thought. As a result, we on this side of the
30 seconds, Councillor Penny.
Thank you. We on this side of the House are seriously in doubt as to which option to choose. Thank you. And thank you,
Councillor Penny. Councillor Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what residents want to see is the regeneration of the bay and the reverse of the economic decline. So to put this in context, leading up to the establishment of the TDA as an economic development company in 2011, we had seen the new fish quay, we had seen the relocation of the South Devon College with the first innovation units for new businesses, the business suites at Lymington Road, we'd seen the Edginswell Business Park, the private sector-led Edginswell Business Park, and we saw the first of our new hotels and investment in tourism. At that time, we wanted to take regeneration to the next level, and we thought the establishment of an economic development company would achieve that, to work principally with McAlpine, who are the favoured partners to work with Torbay Council, on the delivery of a mayoral vision. And there was 250 million promised and agreed with McAlpine, and to continue working, and we had very good relationships with the then Regional Development Agency, spending European money. Don't get me started, Mr. Mayor. Don't get me started on the European side of things. So we established with high hopes our economic development company, a new vision, as it were, for the TDA. First off, we then lost McAlpine, and I can then remember emailing a senior figure in the TDA, and they responded to me, saying, "Oh, don't worry, we've lost McAlpine, we've still got Tesco's for Brixham, we've still got the Pavilion, we've still got Oldway." And as we know, regeneration and the reversal of our economic decline since 2011 has not gone well. That is not down to the leadership or the personnel at the TDA. That is due to a large number of different factors, including little local political difficulties. But our performance as a place, the measure of economic well-being of GVA, that has deteriorated. I'm looking across at someone who worked very happily with me to get the argument made for the South Devon Link Road, what we used to call the King's Kerswell bypass. We thought that would be the answer. That hasn't been. Something has gone fundamentally wrong, and all our hopes and faith in the TDA sadly has not materialised, although I don't believe it is absolutely not their fault. And I want to say thank you to those who are here, particularly for the delivery, as I'm lead member for Children's Services, the delivery of the school buildings, which has been done superbly well, most recently at Mayfield. So absolutely things to celebrate, but it's not been at the pace and it's not been at the scale that has been effective in turning around our economic decline. Something has gone very wrong. And it is due to the TDA, in some respects, I think, losing its focus, doing much more than just economic regeneration, but actually losing the focus on economic regeneration, being involved in things like a cleaning company, being involved in running tea rooms. I don't see how that was ever part of the initial purpose. Working up a portfolio of business services, some of that work now seems to be diminishing, but has lost the focus on the economic regeneration that it was tasked to perform. I saw the TDA as a crusade for the regeneration of Torbay, and I'm sorry to say that has not worked out. There are issues of accountability, particularly, for example, in delivering the Torquay Town deal, where the government says you have a board, the board includes the MP, the board must include members from the community. In fact, there's very little council representation on that board. And then we've got the delivery through the TDA with the council in the middle. With our hotel developments, with the Premier Inn, I'm delighted to see that the sign is there now.
30 seconds, Councillor Boy.
Thank you so much. The sign is there now, but anything that could go wrong did go wrong. We weren't able to be as flexible as the Fragrance Group, for example, in the delivery of their hotels. So I think bringing it back in-house, the whole council now working together with the personnel coming across from the TDA, focusing on regeneration, that's the way to turn around the decline of Torbay. That is the way to ensure a prosperous future. What we've been enduring, I fear, has been rather confused. Thank you so much.
Councillor Cow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as has been alluded to earlier, I mean, this is a significant date in Torbay's history, not dissimilar to 2011 when the TDC was first formed. And I think it is fair to say that it did grow like Billy-O, losing some of its key focus on some of the regeneration. But equally, we can't lose sight of the many projects that the TDA were successful in delivering. Their key role on overseeing the delivery of school programmes just slips by relatively unnoticed. Lots of projects that have been delivered on our schools estate have been as a result of the TDA's project management and so on. Some of the big ticket items, such as Town Deal and Future High Streets Fund, have been hindered, as we know, by the triple whammy of a pandemic, Ukraine and Trussonomics. And we're suffering the consequences of that, as are many, many local authorities and private companies, such as Fragrance. We've seen that at the Palace in Torquay. And I really want to pay tribute to the members of the TDA staff and those that have served on its board over the years, who have done their utmost to provide what they can in terms of delivery for the economic programmes. I accept that the speed and transparency and that decision-making process could have been slicker in the past, and indeed we took steps by increasing the dialogue between the political administration and the board of the TDA by having regular meetings and stakeholder panels. I have real concerns about the actual net decline in the number of staff of the TDA. Yes, it's absolutely welcome that there be no compulsory redundancies, but the report actually says there will be natural turnover. How many of those are going to be in the early days as people actually vote with their feet because of their concerns about working with a public sector body as opposed to what is an arm's length private company? Many of whom have come from those kind of backgrounds, many of whom could probably earn a lot more in that sector than they can within the public sector anyway. So I think that reinforces the loyalty of some of those members of staff who have stayed loyal to the TDA. So again, I just want to reiterate paying tribute to them. I'm also worried about some of the lack of detail. This is one of the most significant decisions that this council has been making in terms about how we deliver growth in Torbay, and to start climbing from that bottom figure of GVA, which is a technical term that most people inside this room and outside this room wouldn't understand in its entirety. What we do know are the number of families living in poverty, the number of low-wage jobs in Torbay, etc., etc. That gives some kind of indication as to where we stand economically, not unlike many other seaside resorts around the country. But that loss of staff and that potential loss of experience and that project knowledge of the history of projects is something that really concerns me. And there's very little in this report that actually gives me comfort. It's been alluded to about the transitional arrangements with, for example, IT. You know, that there will be a transition. We know any IT project that we've been involved with, either locally, within my business, or nationally, IT projects always slip, and they always escalate in costs. What confidence is there in this report in terms of those timeframes and that cost-risk analysis? And also, there's a mention of the risk to the pension costs and burden that will actually transfer onto our revenue account. There is no financial business case within this report, and I think that's unfortunate, and that is lacking the detail that I think needs to inform us as members to make this key decision. In principle, yes. In practice, I have major concerns, and I'm really struggling at this moment to be able to put my hand up in favour of the transfer of the TDA. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the transfer of the TDA back into the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, as some colleagues have quite rightly done from both sides of the chamber, it is extremely important that we acknowledge the hard work of both those such as, and I'm not going to call him Vince Cable tonight, I'm going to call him Vince Flower, who has put many years of support and their own time as directors of the TDA to drive what, to be fair, across the chamber we all want to see is that positive development at Torbay, as well as the staff. You know, we know that the staff, you know, whether it is the local authority or the TDA, are often your best asset, and I think it's important that we as a local authority should include some thanks to them this evening, and I'm pleased that that has been facilitated by the debate because they have gone the extra mile. I know from working for them through a number of years on the local authority that they, you know, Torbay is in their soul, and you know, as my colleague has alluded to here, we do have concerns as to whether this earthquake of a change for this system could result in them perhaps getting itchy feet and moving elsewhere. I struggle, and the issue for me is, you know, we had a cabinet meeting last night, and tonight we're making the decision. And I think in the 29 years that I've been a member of this local authority, I can probably count on one hand the amount of times that we've had a cabinet meeting with a full council straight away. And quite often, just like all decisions, the more little bit of a gap that you leave, the better outcomes you get. And so the cynic amongst us may say that this situation has been manufactured by the administration to make a quick decision before members can properly get under the hood and understand this. I'm extremely disappointed that this, as colleagues from all across the chamber have said, that this is an extremely important decision, and yet opposition members have not been included in the longer term discussions. When we met with officers last week and shared our concerns with them, they said, well, it's limited the additional information we can give you. I'm disturbed that when my colleague on my right, Councillor Long, requested for further information around this, he was advised he needed this in writing. I've since spoken to a senior director of the TDA, and he shared some of his concerns with me. And so it is extremely disturbing, as Councillor Long has alluded to. Why have we not heard the voice of the TDA? Why is the Conservative administration effectively putting a pillow over their faces and gagging them? What is going on here? What are you hiding from us? You know, it is extremely disturbing, you know, to have this situation where quickly in succession we've got a cabinet meeting and a full council meeting the next day. I'm just wondering what is being hidden from us here. And some of the issues that a senior board member shared with me was that they had, you know, concerns, and they were surprised that their voice hadn't been shared with all elected members. And they said that they'd commissioned a report into the TDA transfer, and it raised significant issues in their beliefs. And yet they expected this to be shared with elected members, and yet this hasn't been shared. And I have raised this with officers, and I'm very disappointed that the decision was not to share with us by this administration. And so therefore we have real challenges. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have real challenges. It may be the right decision to move on with this, but actually we're being treated as if we're in a mushroom factory as opposition members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Darling. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to follow Councillor By on this side. Extreme passion, but I might not have the best oratorical delivery as he has. I'm a new member to the council for Collerton and St Mary. My background is in economics, with development economics as a speciality. Obviously, I therefore have a passion in the area, and I've tried for 15 years to get into council to make a difference, having stood as mayor twice. So you can imagine when I was asked to be a board member for the Torbay Economic Development Company, that I was very excited with that opportunity, especially also working with people I've known for over 20 years in various different areas of the Bay and their passion for the Bay. From my outside world, though, I'm used to change in management and in dealing with millions, and looking at why we want to move from one area to another, the costs involved, but also the benefits of doing the change. I have looked at the output of the TEDC and listened to the arguments to bring in-house, closer to the coalface in decisions and therefore distribution by moving it in-house. I've been impressed by the professionalism of the TEDC. The staff have the ability to transfer into the council, and they can utilise their evident skill in-house, and I believe greater output can be achieved for Torbay, and ultimately, whether they're working in the TEDC or in the council, our passion still remains the same, to help Torbay and the residents. With any change in a manager in my outside world, there are always costs involved. But what we're looking at is why to move the change, and will we get greater output and greater return? Our Chief Financial Officer has provided assurance on the cost of change and the potential ongoing changes where I personally am satisfied. As such, I'm very happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Tyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I should get up and actually attempt to put the record straight on a couple of items that have been raised from the other side of the chamber. First of all, it's been stated that the administration has manipulated dates of this meeting and the cabinet meeting to be together to not give time. I'd like to point out that both the date of today's council meeting and the date of yesterday's cabinet meeting were in the calendar of meetings approved by this chamber in May. There has been no change to these dates, no manipulation. From the point of view of a cabinet member who had to prepare for the cabinet meeting yesterday and a council meeting today, I think having them on consecutive days, or frankly even in the same week, is undesirable. It puts pressure on us in preparing, it puts pressure on officers in preparing reports that I think is unhelpful. However, that's how it fell, that's how it was agreed in May. There has been no manipulation. I think the other thing that's been raised that I'd like just to comment in is that it's stated that we have refused to allow the opposition to obtain information from members, from officers. I am not aware that there has been any actions from this front bench or this party, this side of the chamber at all, to prevent meetings being held. Officers are expected to provide briefings on any subject that is requested to both the administration group and the opposition group. We have certainly not prevented any of that taking place. I would be surprised if an approach had been made to officers in the council to do that and they had not gone forward. I am worried that it looks as if there's been that it's been stated that there's been an attempt to manipulate things. I can assure you that we over here have not manipulated in the sense it's been put. If things have not gone smoothly, then I'm sorry, something has gone wrong in the process, but it's not fair to blame us. We've not been blocking anything from happening.
Thank you, Councillor Tyman. Any more further debate? If not, we'll turn to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. There seems to be a theme running through this, that the opposition have not had their questions answered, have not been briefed, and are lacking information. So if I can tell the chamber and the people out there, the opposition have a director on the board of the TDA, which I understand he can ask questions at any time of that board or members of the senior management of the TDA. There was a group meeting, I understand, shadow cabinet meeting, where you were all briefed on the document going forward. There was an all-members briefing. Many of us attended the all-members briefing. How many questions did the opposition ask during that briefing? Not one. Not one. And now they turn around and say, we want the questions. They want the questions because they think they can get publicity. When they actually want the question, why don't you ask them when the officers are there and can answer? Why wait to the full council meeting? You didn't ask one question, Councillor Darling. Right, holding company. The
Point of person explanation.
Please continue, Councillor.
Thank you very much indeed. As far as the holding company is concerned...
Sorry, Councillor Lewis. Please continue, Councillor Darling.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Lewis is misleading the meeting, I'm afraid, Mr Mayor, because it would have been difficult for me to put a question at the briefing. Sadly, due to a clash of meetings, I wasn't there.
Councillor Lewis.
Mr Mayor, there are a few more people who could have gone and asked the questions. If you had, as a group, had questions that you wanted to put to the briefing, I'm sure you wouldn't rely on Councillor Darling alone to do those questions. I'm sure you would have put someone there and asked the question. The holding company. Holding company is going to be there for those parts of the TDA that can't directly be passed over to the council. But it is the belief that that holding company is what it is, a holding company until we have found a destination for those parts of the TDA. I was amazed at Councillor Long, absolutely amazed. He said the staff have a positive vibe in the TDA, unlike the council. Unlike the council. Mr Mayor, they were in charge for 4 years. If the staff haven't got a positive vibe, I'm very disappointed. I hope that all staff and the TDA coming over will actually have a positive vibe, because we want to deliver for the Bay. Delivery, Councillor Long. You say, we haven't delivered. We've only been in charge for 5 months. We've actually taken 5 months to find out that the pavilion, 8 million overspent. Crossways, 10 million, can't be delivered. Old Way, 40 million. I think 5 months. 5 months is a quick time if you were buying a house. To sort all those projects out, give us a bit of slack. We are there to deliver. Councillor Penny, it's long term. It's not about money. I feel sorry that you don't know which option to pick. Again, if you'd asked those questions at the briefing, maybe you would have found out more information. Councillor Cowell, I hope you had a nice holiday, looking very tanned. One of your major concerns was staff leaving, and I have that concern. And I hope all of us, cross-party, will make the staff from the TDA welcome. As I said in my speech, it's about teamwork. And I said yesterday at Cabinet that I hope that it would be cross-party. This shouldn't be political. It wasn't meant to be in 2009 when we set it up and it became operational in 2011. One of the points, and Councillor Bye was there, was so that the TDA would go across party, so that if you had an election and the opposition got in, the business would continue. And that was one of the main reasons why we put it in. So I hope we will make all the staff welcome. Councillor Darling, it seems to all come to a surprise with you. You had a review in 2021 of the TDA, so you knew there were problems in 2021 under your administration. I'm not saying you were looking to do this, but I have heard there is a rumour that that was the way, if you'd won the election, you were going to go forward, you were going to bring it in. It saddens me that on a topic like this, we can't get cross-party support. Some people, talk the talk, but when it comes to voting, they vote the opposite way. We hear people saying we're not going to be political, but I think this is a political move. I hope everyone will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? And those against? Abstentions? Okay. Good. Motion carried. I move to item 9, future options for the structure operation of TorVista Homes. Please refer to page 32. Can Councillor Tyman please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In some regards, this motion is linked to the one we've just discussed, because TorVista Homes is a subsidiary of the Torbay Economic Development Company, and having just taken the decision that's been taken in Council, we needed to find how that would operate going forward. At the same time, over the past few months, we've looked at the future for TorVista Homes, and it's really fairly obvious that the structure laid out, the ambitions that were there a few years ago, are really struggling to be put into practice in today's environment. Councillor Cowell mentioned earlier issues that have actually made the environment a lot more difficult. The combination of the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, in particular, have created an environment that none of us, I think, would have envisaged 2 or 3 years ago, and certainly nobody would have envisaged at the time the decisions were set up to set up TorVista were taken. TorVista has brought about a very small number of units that have been built, and the information provided to us in this report shows that even on those projects, the economics look pretty unattractive. If you look at the figures that are in that report, you will see that the income only really covers the cost of financing borrowing and the ongoing maintenance cost. There is no contribution towards the overheads of TorVista. Now, whilst it can't be said that future projects might necessarily have the same economics, I think that points a picture that shows that it would be very difficult for TorVista to reach the sort of volume and the sort of economics where it would be meeting its original objective to pay back or to make money. As it stands, it wouldn't even contribute to overheads. So the decision was taken yesterday in Cabinet to, subject to today's decision being taken on the Torbay Economic Development Company that's just been taken, to put in a new structure which will support TorVista in the short term as a holding situation while our financial director does a more in-depth look at what TorVista might be able to achieve in the future. However, on the route, I have to bring to Council a proposal that is before you, which deals with the short-term financial situation. The fact is, since TorVista was formed, it has spent about £1.5 million of money that has not been published against any revenue account in the Council or in the Torbay Economic Development Company. It's been effectively spent, put aside with the plan that it would be repaid from future profits of projects from TorVista. It looks incredibly unlikely now that that can happen, and therefore I'm asking Council to take a decision, the first part of which will be to write off that £1.5 million that's been spent up to now.
30 seconds, Councillor Tyman.
It can't just live in the books any longer. We also need to, or are asking that the council minute of the 20th of July 2017 be rescinded, removing therefore the approval to prudential borrowing to facilitate further schemes. And we also approve revenue funding of £115,000 for maintaining TorVista for the next 6 months, which will allow for that review by the Finance Director to take place. And as I say, that will bring back to us recommendations in a couple of months' time.
Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rise to second this proposal. And there is a link between the previous proposal and this. But the previous link was all about delivery, and this is all about finance. So all about money. It's all about providing a strong grip on finance. Why do I say that? Because Councillor Tyman's just told you. £1.5 million currently lost, needs to be paid for, needs to be found from somewhere. And the council also need to rescind the decision and close down a blank cheque facility that was given to TorVista under the previous administration for some 25 million. Because the reality is, if TorVista had just decided to go off and do a lot more, we could be looking at a Mid-Devon situation this evening on a whole different ball game whatsoever. 32 properties. TorVista has 32 properties, and it's currently costing £370,000 per annum to operate those 32 properties. That's £11,500 a property. Don't worry, there's nothing to worry about. We're going to reduce that down. Reduce it down to £223,700. £223,000 to look after 32 properties. £7,000 a property is the enhanced offer that we're going to get down to just look after. This isn't to pay the rent. This isn't to pay someone's mortgage. This is just to manage 32 properties. That is absolutely crazy in anybody's term of financial equity. I know I would certainly never put myself in that position. And as leader of the council, I am here to look after the public purse. I raised concerns when the issue came up previously about the blank cheque. There were no figures. There was nothing at all. It was just a facility. It was pushed through. But it was not an issue on that night. Why was it not an issue on that night? Because the people sat opposite me, not everybody, but the majority of people sat opposite me were sat on this side on that night. And you know, despite those concerns, but the reality is we cannot continue the way. I'm amazed how Councillor Darling thinks that this is funny, because it isn't. It's £1.5 million of lost money that is actually this council needs to actually find. Thank you. £1.5 million of money that this council needs to find. Money that cannot be spent on items that your residents, our residents, are contacting us daily saying, can you do this job? Can you repair this drain? Can you put some double yellow lines in? Can you put these road markings? Now there's a good one. But put these road markings in. And the response that we have to give back is, we haven't got any money. I'd be delighted to see when anybody writes, we haven't got any money, because we had to put £1.5 million into TorVista because it went horribly wrong. But that is the reason why we are where we are. It's going into the holding company in the interim position so that we can really get underneath that figure, because the reality is
30 seconds.
if it's still going to cost us £7,000 a property moving forward, we're going to have to do something even more drastic than we're doing tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Steve Darling, on your point of personal explanation.
Yes, I think it is wrong that Councillor Thomas suggests that I find something funny just because I'm smiling. I particularly welcome Councillor Tyman's comments that have been well-rounded and founded.
Thank you. I just find it so interesting when we play the video back, you'll see what I was talking about was a serious point, and a smile appeared on your face at that particular point. I don't wish to spoil the evening. We've got a lot to get through, but you know, personal point of explanation, it was there. It can be picked up on the cameras later.
Thank you, Thomas. Now open up for debate. Councillor Mandy Darling.
Thank you. This item actually really saddens me. The ultimate demise of TorVista, a housing company that actually needs more than 4 years to get going and actually provide more housing. We are in a housing crisis. We have people sleeping in tents. We have people who can't find housing on the housing market in the private sector, and this administration wants to leave it to the private sector. I can't believe it. I have people in the ward I represent who are living in overcrowded houses, who have 3 generations in the same house, who have teenage children living in the same room as their parents, with a daughter sleeping in a walk-in wardrobe without a window, and with the son sleeping in an area that's been barricaded at the bottom of the bed. And how do I turn around to them and say, I'm sorry, this council doesn't want to provide any housing anymore. This council doesn't want to support this. This council just wants to demise its housing company. I don't think we're giving this enough time. I understand it's expensive. I understand the money. But this housing company was set up for a reason, because in Torbay we have a real housing crisis and we need to address it, but we need to give it time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This item was discussed at length last night, and I won't repeat everything that I said last night tonight. But I just wanted to share from last night my understanding of the position of the administration. The Conservatives want to be able to show that they have a firm grip on the finances. That's what we hear over and over. So firstly, they'll ignore the fact that the previous administration managed to get this council in a position whereby the council won Most Improved Council of the Year award for, amongst other things, having a firm grip on the finances. Secondly, pick on the council-owned company and criticise the previous administration for that company's running costs to date, whilst ignoring, apart from the honourable exception of Councillor Tyman, the fact that it's their own government's mishandling of the economy which has caused much of that. Thirdly, you announced to a great fanfare that you were going to mothball said council-owned company. You then realise that you will have a negative effect on young and old people, people with a disability, child poverty, and have a negative socio-economic effect. That's in the report. So as part of the announcement, you say that you will look into alternative delivery and work out how you're going to influence partners to do things your wholly owned company was going to do. Of course, if this administration had a firm grip on anything, they would have done all this preparation on alternative delivery before making this announcement. It's called joined up government. And of course, the partners this administration wants to influence, such as housing associations, are, as we speak, turning their attention away to other areas because no one's been engaging with them for the last 4 months from an elected member basis. And it'll probably be 12 months before this administration have worked out how they're going to influence them, or worked out alternative delivery. In the meantime, the housing waiting list will grow. And of course, the elephant in the room is the eye-watering cost of temporary accommodation to the local taxpayer, which this administration so far seems to be happy to want to just pour down the drain and not have any kind of strategy to deal with because they've just mothballed the housing company. So much for having a firm grip on the finances. I note in passing that this administration says that they want to do things differently and do things cross-party. Well, last night I asked if we could have the costs of temporary accommodation included in this report for tonight for context, and of course that hasn't happened as per usual with other questions that we raise. And it's interesting, Councillor Thomas, I have had residents contacting me about who are living in temporary accommodation. One chap who's been in a B&B for 3 months, 80 quid a night, and he's living with other people who have got mental health problems, and he's not sleeping, he's not able to move on, and there's no future for him as we speak. Those are the people that we should also be thinking about as part of this process. This administration does not seem to realise the hard graft it takes to develop good relationships with organisations such as housing associations and Homes England to get them to turn their gaze to Torbay. Housing associations are by and large quite large these days, and they've got operations across the southwest or across the country, and they can go and deal with elsewhere. But if they're hearing messages publicly that this council is not interested in building houses anymore, and no one's engaging with them, then they're not going to be interested. And I've got emails to that effect from Housing Association already in only 4 months. And we're also sending out the wrong message by reducing the planned number of affordable homes on council-owned sites such as Preston Down Road. And it also doesn't help the slopey shouldering of the housing portfolio from one person to another after
30
only
seconds,
4 months.
Councillor Long.
Thank you. The message that's being sent out is that this council is not interested in affordable housing any longer, so why would anyone want to invest in that? This report, I have to say, is an absolute disgrace, Mr. Mayor. Absolute disgrace. Thank you.
Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And 3 words sum up the approach of this administration. All about money. They were the words quoted from the leader of Torbay Council. For me, and for I'm sure most members on this side of the chamber, and I would have thought on the other side of the chamber, and certainly members of the public and people who are viewing, it's all about people. This obsession with pound notes over people has to stop. This is an ideologically driven process to remove the responsibility of Torbay Council to provide for some of the most vulnerable people in Torbay. We have a housing crisis that is recognised on all sides of the chamber and across Torbay. You asked the number of people who are facing evictions from people who are exiting the private buy-to-let market. There are hundreds of families facing that today as I stand here making this speech. And there was never a blank cheque for TorVista. It was always a plan to actually have a programme to deliver a critical mass that would actually return a break-even point and then a surplus to be re-injected back into housing and maybe even into the general funds of the council. And talking of general funds of the council, when my residents contact me and say that they're fed up with potholes, street maintenance, lighting, whatever those place-based issues are, I remind them of the £90 million less that we get from their government when it comes to being able to spend in our communities. Also, I remind them of the huge pressures we have on adult social care. And ironically, it's that adult social care budget that will be providing for the remaining 2 projects that are left within the ashes of TorVista. namely Tourmarine and St Kilda. Those two projects would have delivered circa 100 houses to add to the 32 already proposed. There's another 70 that would have been coming through from Crossways. There was potential for delivery of TorVista accommodation at Garfield Road in Paignton. And Councillor Long has already referred to Preston Down Road, where we've actually reduced the potential of 70 affordable homes that could have been delivered through TorVista. Equally, what worries me is in the recommendation at 5A, it says transferring the residential assets to alternative residential providers. Not registered providers, residential. That could be Cavanna, it could be any of the major housing developers in this country, and also the transfer of land in TorVista's ownership back into Torbay Council's coffers. And now I say coffers deliberately because it will provide an opportunity to sell them cheap for people to land bank with the promise of housing delivery and deliver none. And when they do deliver those sites, they will be delivering at less than the local plan 30% because they always manage to get away with it. I think this is ill thought out, ill conceived and poorly timed in terms of the need to actually address the housing crisis we have here in Torbay. And just for a correction to Councillor Timon, the 1.5 million was actually agreed as an uplift from 1 million to 1.5 million by full council last year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm delighted that Councillor Long shot a number of my foxes that I was planning to raise, so I will be much less time than normal. To me, the one figure that hasn't been touched on is the level of social rented housing in Torbay at about 7% now. Not that long ago it was 8%, but it is sadly falling. And that's compared to the national average of about 19%. And unless you have make friends and influence people in the providers of social rented housing, or you do your own thing a bit to help drive that agenda, we are really going to struggle to tackle that issue. I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Timon, who has done an extremely well balanced representation of how we got here. Sadly, others have not been so well balanced and has used this for somewhat point scoring. As Councillor Cowell has alluded to, a blank cheque is a fabrication that has been repeated from that side of the chamber now in 2 consecutive evenings. I am absolutely certain, I didn't have time today to check because of the quick succession of these meetings, and I had planned to, but I ran out of time, that I'm sure those monies needed to be signed off by the 151 officer or to the uninitiated, the senior treasurer at the council. And those type of people, whether it's our former one or our current one, tend to be very careful individuals as far as signing off such project plans. So the idea of a blank cheque is for the birds. Colleagues, one of the issues that we discussed last night at Cabinet, and there was we were supportive of, was taking a trauma-informed approach. And this is actually looking, rather than looking at what's presenting itself, but trying to get under the skin of an issue and understand what the root to these issues are and how we can tackle them. And that is why I'm fearful that this report before us tonight demonstrates that this administration knows the price of everything and the value of nothing, because they haven't tried to get under the skin. And the evidence for that is this report, where it is purely, and it needs to be part of it, it's really important, the finances around this, but it has failed to contextualise the housing crisis that many of our local residents are looking to us to help sort out in this chamber. And I am shocked that we're going to park this issue for a number of months without saying We recognise there are a couple of issues that projects could still be being developed, even if the ball ends up being picked up by a third party, because we have those officers who could be doing that work. Finally, I would like to welcome the fact that Councillor Timon has taken on this portfolio, but the fact that it's been a pass the parcel within the administration means that his expertise and passion on this area has only had a week to bear on it, which is bizarre indeed. I will have grave difficulty to support this because it lacks such depth that we would like to see on this report. And I know some colleagues may even be voting against this because they are so angry about the decision of not to do that in-depth analysis of the crisis that we face in Torbay around housing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to address some of the points that were made by colleagues opposite, and in particular start with those being made by Councillor Mandy Darling. She set out that this administration wasn't interested in housing and didn't put affordable housing as a priority. That's not correct. I can evidence how it's not correct because Overview and Scrutiny have already undertaken to launch a task and finish group that's looking at that specific area. The first scoping meeting has already taken place. The fact that only half of the members who could have turned up from the Liberal Democrat side chose to do so isn't our fault on this side of the table. And so therefore I can understand partly why you might be slightly miscited on the extent to which that area is important.
Please, stop.
What I'm trying to express is the point that was being made is that we're not interested in it. What I'm trying to explain is that yes, we are. Now, in relation to that, there is a very detailed work programme going forward, taking affordable housing as a first issue and then looking at the wider housing issue. That hasn't been something that Overview and Scrutiny have previously looked at. And bearing in mind, your side were in power for 4 years, you've had every opportunity to do that. Now, in terms of how this is relevant to this point, it is very relevant because where has that housing company that we're now talking about, where has TorVista got us? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about 32 units of housing. Now, on Monday, there was a planning committee meeting, and Councillor Fox, you asked in relation to an application that was delivering 25 units how important they were as an overall contribution. And I believe the answer we were told by the officer at the time, Mr. Pickhaver, was it was a very small contribution. Well, if 25 is a very small contribution, I would suggest so as 32. And so recognising this is such an important issue, is it really sensible that we have such a diversion of resources of the council into building houses as opposed to enabling the market to bring them forward and to be working with registered providers to bring forward affordable housing, where they have the specialist skills in this area and we clearly don't? Because if 4 years of work with a housing company, ultimately in those 4 years, brought forward 23 units, recognising 4 of them were actually, yes, I appreciate you've put in some of the background work, but only 23 were delivered in your time of office. Really, that's not going to solve the problem. And look at how much it's costing. If we'd put the costs that are going into the operation of this housing building company, because that's what it effectively is, into working with registered providers, we could deliver an awful lot more. And that ultimately sets the difference here. Yes, there's an agreement that housing and affordable housing is a priority. There is just a difference in how politically that priority is being addressed. On this side of the house, we recognise the council's not a specialist house builder. We'd like to work with registered providers. We'd like to work with the market to do that. On your side, I presume you may disagree. You may think that the council has huge expertise to build houses. But how has that been demonstrated so far? 23 units of housing within 4 years, and the remainder coming through at the start of our term. Admittedly, you put in the groundwork for that. That's not enough. 32 units of housing is not enough to address the crisis. So really, can we justify the costs that are going into TorVista? I would suggest we can't. And that's why I would suggest the motion we have before us is one that we should support unanimously around the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pentley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too share the concerns of my colleagues about the implications for affordable housing. I represent the Torbay ward, where that is an issue felt perhaps more acutely than any other ward in the whole of Torbay. And it is instructive to look at this administration's record when it comes to affordable housing. Earlier, Councillor Chris Lewis laboured the point that this administration is fairly young, but actually this administration has been quite busy when it comes to the subject of affordable housing. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong direction. We've seen, with regards to Crossways, how the Conservatives have put the kibosh on affordable houses there. We've seen at planning, Conservatives supporting planning applications on greenfield sites for luxury housing which don't meet their affordable housing obligation. We've had the Preston Down Road site, that's already mentioned, where affordable housing options were not explored thoroughly by the opposition. And now this rush to mothball the affordable housing company. We've seen how previous Conservative administrations literally prioritised luxury beach huts over affordable housing, and I fear history might be cyclical in this regard. But don't take my words for it. Deputy Council Leader Chris Lewis, quoted on the 21st of August 2023, said, his words, your words, Councillor Chris Lewis, the Council is not here to build houses. Your words. So that leads me to a rather bleak and sinister conclusion that this administration is basically declaring war on affordable housing.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fits in very well, doesn't it? I can answer the questions that Councillor Pentley. I did say that the council should not be in the business of building houses, and I stick to that. What we want to do is to deliver houses with partners. I believe Torbay Council is there to provide the best children's services, the best adult services and place. And to also, and one councillor said that we hadn't, we're not speaking to providers. We are. Councillor Thomas and I had a meeting only last week with a provider. So we want to deliver. One councillor turned around and said there are people sleeping in tents and doorways and everything else. I agree, because over the last 4 years, you've done nothing. And you blame us when we've only been in power for 5 months. They're not sleeping in the doorways because of us. It's because you've only delivered 32 houses. And I'll tell you another thing, and I'm sure the public out there will be pleased. Yeah? Mid-Devon, we've heard
Councillor
it tonight.
Lewis, please. You remember when I said at the beginning of the meeting, no barracking. So no barracking there will be.
Yeah, the good people, the residents, the people watching this tonight, they must be so pleased that we're in charge. Mid-Devon, 20 million. I told you we make difficult decisions. 1.5 million already spent that we have to write off. That difficult decision was to deliver housing in a different way and not end up with Mid-Devon bust. Councillor Cowell says you're all about money. Yeah? To build affordable homes, to talk to the providers, we need money. And that's exactly what we are doing. Preston Down Road, Councillor Pentley talks about. It is compliant, 30% compliant. Over the last 4 years, Preston Down Road is compliant with 30% affordable housing. Yeah? What was the other thing Councillor Pentley said? He kept mentioning me. Oh, Crossways. We haven't delivered on Crossways. Crossways, yeah? we came into office, as I say, 5 months ago, and what did we find? We found 10 million over budget. We are going to deliver on Crossways. We're determined to deliver on Crossways, but it takes more than 5 months. As I said earlier, difficult to buy a house in 5 months. Never mind sort out all the problems that we've encountered that happened over the last 4 years. So give us a bit more than 5 months. We will sort these problems out. We are passionate, and we believe it, that the Torbay needs more affordable housing. But I don't believe that it's Torbay's council to actually build those houses. Leave it to the expert. They know what they're doing. All over the country, you find councils that have dipped their hands into building houses end up with millions in debt. We find this 1.5 million. And Councillor Cowell, you can tell the potholders where that money's gone. We are passionate. We're going to build houses. Judge us in 4 years' time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Boy. Is there any further debate? Okay. So, Councillor Tyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I started making notes, and I feel that a lot of that was I'll ignore, because I think the common theme that's coming through from what's being said from the other side of the chamber is that we're closing down TorVista because we're not interested in affordable housing. I certainly understand the need for affordable housing. I think looking at the economics of where TorVista is, it is incredibly difficult to see how there is going to be viability of schemes through what has been brought forward, what is being brought forward. And although we've left in the pipeline trying to complete St Kilda's and Tor Marine schemes, I have to say certainly those look difficult in viability, though I have not given up yet on the ability or the hope that we will be able to get costs down in a way that makes them close enough to viability to go ahead with. But I think the association of the two things is wrong. I don't think removing TorVista, if that's what happens, and I say that because if you remember, what I put forward, or what was put forward to Cabinet yesterday, is our financial director is going to look at the options. The options are in your paper. One of those options is actually that it continues on and builds and tries to get there. I have to say, financially, that option is looking very difficult, but it is an option that he is still exploring. We have not yet taken a decision to close it down, but I don't want to beat about the bush. That may well be the recommendation that comes forward, but I also don't want to prejudge that, and I feel that's what you're doing at the moment. What we put forward yesterday were decisions on a holding situation. What we're dealing with tonight is solely dealing with the financial consequences of where TorVista has got to at this point. We need to finance the 115,000 for the next 6 months. Otherwise, it has no ability to carry on for the next 6 months. I believe it is sensible at this time to write off the 1.5 million. There is no realistic possibility of that ever being paid back through the scheme as it was originally envisaged. And I think we also need to say that TorVista should not go ahead and spend the 25 million that was previously agreed unless it gets written permission through from the Chief Executive or a decision from Council. That's just a holding situation for the next 2 months. And I don't, as I say, I don't want to beat about the bush. I think the chances of it carrying on its original trajectory are really pretty unlikely, but we are still exploring. it also got mentioned, and thank you, Councillor Darling, Councillor Steve Darling, for your perhaps slightly kind comments towards me. Yes, I've only been had this portfolio for a week and a half. It's not something I had ever in the past envisaged taking on as a portfolio. I've got to do quite a lot of bringing myself up to speed, but I am giving it the attention at the moment as a priority over the other aspects of my portfolio, and I certainly will continue to do so over the next few weeks, and hopefully you'll be able to see the results of that in the not too distant future. One final point I'll pick up with, we actually mentioned this last night, Councillor Long, the temporary accommodation issue has never been handled by TOR2. It's being dealt with...
30 seconds.
Sorry, by TorVista.
30 seconds, Councillor Tyman.
It's never been handled by TorVista. It is continuing as it was under Joe Williams and Tara, and the original plans that were put in place to purchase accommodation there are being completed, and I am in discussion with Tara and Joe Williams about what further we can do to help address that situation. I therefore ask Council to support.
I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry, all those against? Abstentions? Okay, motion's carried. It is now 7:25. I think we should take a break, 10 minutes. Thank you. Item 10. Item 10, the Corporate Parenting Strategy 2022-2025. Please refer to page 45. Councillor Bye, please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very pleased and very proud indeed to put forward for the approval of this Council the Corporate Parenting Strategy 2022-2025. This now is a policy framework document. Previously it only went to the Cabinet, but by coming to the full Council, I believe that ties in everybody and shows the commitment of all councillors to the well-being and safety and success of our children in care. I'm very proud indeed that Ofsted highlighted our corporate parenting as an area of strength in their report in March, published in March 2022. So this builds on good work already underway. This strategy went to the Overview and Scrutiny, Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny Sub-Board in January, very much the beginning of this year, and the report incorporates recommendations made at that meeting, which I chaired. It's then been to the Cabinet in August, and now it comes to the full Council, and I very much hope it will have the unanimous support of the full Council. The key differences compared to the 2021 iteration was that we now, I think, having developed much more effective participation with young people through various panels and consultation, very much hear the voice of the child. So if you read through this document, and I hope that members do read through this document, it is full of quotes from young people. We are hearing the voice of young people. There's the recommendations on housing that are taken from the Housing Crisis Review as to the recommendations made with regard to issues in terms of finding housing for those young people who are care experienced. I think there were 5 recommendations from that Housing Crisis Review. They are included in this new strategy. We now have a care experienced young person on the Corporate Parenting Board. So in a sense, things have actually moved on from when this strategy was first drawn up and considered. We now have on our board a young person who has written a guide for young people going into care. So we're doing some really, really exciting stuff. And we talk about the ambition for being a child-friendly place, and in recent weeks we have been taken on the UNICEF programme for Torbay to become a child-friendly place. So again, things are progressing, I would say, in the right direction. So I very much hope that everyone will support this. The language is very much the language that we took when our Chief Executive drew up a completely refreshed strategy in 2021. I want to quote, "We are loving parents and we care deeply for our children. We will ensure they receive the same standard of care as any good parent would provide. We are ambitious for them and will work hard to support them to reach their full potential. We will support them with the right support. We will equip them with the right support to achieve their dreams." I hope that everyone can sign up to that ambition for our cared for children. We have about 300 cared for children. So it is absolutely appropriate that it comes on the same evening as we heard from Jane Einat, the head of our virtual school. And I think it's absolutely right that we all support this. Please, members, through you, Mr. Mayor, I hope we have unanimous support for the Corporate Parenting Strategy 2022-2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bye. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second and reserve my right, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I open for debate. Councillor Long. Sorry, Councillor Law. Sorry.
It's not the first time that Councillor Long and I have been confused with one another. It must be the hair. So, yes. Right, so I thought this would be an amendment, but it turns out I still have things to learn about council too, so this comes as an objection. I want to make it clear I do not object to this strategy whatsoever. It is an amendment that I am seeking here this evening. So before you is that amendment, I think it would put a few, and I hope that you can all support it, because it's about us showing an even greater level of support for our corporate parenting strategy and our pledge to our cared for and care experienced young people. So we are all corporate parents and grandparents, corporate grandparents too. And as many of you know, this is something that is really, really close to my heart, which is why I'm proposing this amendment, because this is about all of us. We are all corporate parents. It's not just the few people that are named in the front of this strategy. We are all corporate parents. And because I care so much about this, I just had to bring it this evening. So it's one of the reasons why when I was lead member for Children's Services, I was so determined that our corporate parenting strategy should truly reflect our values of love, compassion, dignity and equality. And I hope that this, I know that this has been reflected in this strategy that Anne-Marie has put forward and put a lot of work into. However, had I still been lead member for Children's Services, this is the one change that I would have made today, before it got to you today, and that's that we're all corporate parents and we should all own this strategy, which is why I'm proposing that after the forward, instead of just citing certain councillors' names, it says all members of Torbay Council, all elected members and our officers, because we are all corporate parents and so are our officers. So the most important thing here, I don't care if it lists everybody's names or if it just says all members and officer, because the most important thing is that this is our pledge, it's our promise, all of our promise to our children and our care, not just our cared for children. Councillor By cited we have 300, but it also applies to our cared experienced children, children who have actually left our direct care and are now care experienced, and we have another 169 of those. So yes, I would really hope that everybody can endorse that we all demonstrate our collective ownership of this strategy, that it doesn't just be for the few people whose names are there. So hope you can all support this. It's up to you. Thanks a lot.
Do you have a seconder?
I do. I have Councillor Darling. Steve Darling.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you. And I'm very happy to second this motion. And I'm really pleased that this strategy is coming as an actual council-owned document. So it seems fitting that Councillor Law's idea of making us all corporate parents rather than just those who on the corporate parenting panel named corporate parents is appropriate, because it isn't just those members who have to get in there and walk the walk of our kids and understand them. We all need to. So I hope that those invitations that came out recently from Councillor Thomas to us all to participate in the practice week will be snapped up by members throughout this chamber. And I think it's something that being a corporate parent is a fun and exciting thing for all of us to be. It is highly inappropriate for us to have a sense of entitlement for our own children, but it is perfectly reasonable and right, as Jane Ennett highlighted early on, that all of us should have sharp elbows for our youngsters. And I think it is fitting that we all should be identified as corporate parents in this strategy, because it will demonstrate that greater maturity and ownership we have as a local authority as we continue our journey, which I know myself and Councillor Laura keen to see is becoming an outstanding children's services, which is our aspiration for children, whether we're in control of the council or not. We want to see the best for our kids in Torbay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Dolling. I'm just going to refer to our Chief Executive for some advice.
Members, I thought it would be helpful in terms of explaining the process that we now need to go through. So this is the corporate parenting strategy is a policy framework document. As such, by legislation, you are not permitted, unless it was with the agreement of the proposer and seconder, to make any amendments to the document that's before you. The only formal way in which it can be dealt with is that you formally, as per the objection that's been circulated earlier today, you formally object to the strategy as it is currently written in all of its components, although the objection expressly says, and Councillor Law in her speech has said the element to which she is technically, in this term, objecting to it. If the objection were to be passed, the objection then goes to the next Cabinet meeting. The Cabinet then decide whether they're prepared to accept that objection or why they're rejecting it, and it would come back to you then at your December Council meeting. I recognise, members, that's probably the first time since the election that we've had an objection to a policy framework, so hopefully that's helpful to explain, although looking around the room there still looks like there's some confused faces. I don't know on that basis, members, group leaders, would you like 2 minutes with your groups to talk to them, or are you happy that we proceed? Nobody's indicating more time.
We may request time, if we can have early part of the debate, and we may request time later, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. So on that basis, we're open for debate on the objection. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it is about process, this. It's not actually about the words that have been put in place. And the concerns that I have, this is a document 22 to 25. So we're already 23. January 24, we are halfway through the term of this document. It's exciting news, or at least it should be exciting news, that the corporate parent strategy is being elevated into that policy development framework, that high-level suite of documents. If you think the first 2 years, it was sat with Councillor Law. You know, they've been working it forward, progressing it forward. Yeah, 2022. And for this change to be now suddenly thrown into the mix tonight, I just, what would happen is if we accept this tonight, effectively it counts as an objection to the corporate parenting strategy, which means it couldn't be adopted this evening. It would then have to go to the next Cabinet meeting, which would be in October. Some discussion, debate, even if it was just to agree it. It then comes back in December, the 7th of December. By the time it gets ratified and gets actually printed and out the door, if we're really lucky, it's the end of January. It's got about 18 months life before it starts to, you know, before it starts to need to be refreshed. And I think, and I don't honestly, the words don't seem like a delaying tactic. They really don't. But I can't understand why they would come forward. If you look at page 3 of the introduction, which is, oh, sorry, there's a number of, item 3, introduction, page 58, bottom of page 5, depends on which you're looking at. It basically says, bear with me if I can find what I'm looking for. This requires everyone, from officers to elected members to GPs to teachers, not only to recognise their role as a corporate parent and to understand how we can work together to be in the best possible corporate parents we can be. Now that is actually already written into the strategy, and let's just have a little look at what's actually being requested, what the proposal is tonight. It's requested that it should say that the introduction should include all councillors and officers at Torbay Council as corporate parents rather than the corporate parenting board. So I think what we're trying to say is it might not be on page 1, but it's on the next page. It's actually included within the introduction already in the document. So I think the words that you're actually looking to achieve are actually in the printed document, and because it's 22 to 25, I really can't support the objection. Oh, I'm falling over again here. The objection, because it just seems, and I'm sure it's not a delaying tactic for any reason, because I know you wanted it to be a policy document framework, but I can't. I just want this item to be accepted. It's really important that as corporate parents, we all recognise that we're corporate parents. It's written into the document. I don't know if Councillor Bai is allowed to speak in this part. He's not. Okay, so and that's one of the reasons why I thought I would speak in his absence. My apologies. But it is about the process. 30 seconds,
Councillor Thomas.
Okay, it is about the process, and we can't deviate from that process.
Members, just for process purposes, in terms of how this part of the meeting is conducted, so the Civic Mayor opened for debate. Obviously, Councillor Thomas just spoke. Open for the rest of you then to indicate if you wish to speak, but then, as that debate draws to a close, Councillor Law will get a right of reply as the mover of the objection, then followed by Councillor Bai as mover of the original motion.
Any further debate on the objection?
If not, you'll go to Councillor Law.
If not, Councillor Law.
Thank you. I think it's very sad, actually, that your group were whipped and that you haven't had a discussion on this issue, but still, yes, it is contained within the document, and yes, it was put out for consultation a long time ago. I wanted to raise this at the last corporate parenting meeting, and actually there are people named as part of the corporate parenting board that have never actually, so far, attended a meeting. Kind of doesn't give me much trust in the names at the front of our documents if we proceed in this vein. However, I think it's a great shame that you won't all put yourself forward for it. I think it's a great shame that you haven't been given the opportunity to actually discuss what this whole process is and what it actually means. Yeah, this went out to consultation last December 22. And Councillor Bai will know that I have not been happy about the length of time that this has taken to get to this point. In fact, I'm absolutely furious that it has taken so long to get to this point. And I think after 9 months' delay, to make it an actual policy that we all stand behind, expressly stand behind, and put ourselves forward for, and our names to, I don't think the 1 month more is going to make much difference whatsoever. I think the entire process of this corporate parenting strategy has dragged its feet far too long. But thank you for listening anyway.
Councillor Bai.
Yeah, I'm genuinely sorry, Mr. Mayor, that we just can't all work together on something that is so important for our children and young people, and particularly this, the most vulnerable group of children and young people. It's there in the strategy. I will read it through. We want to ensure that across the council, including councillors, senior officers and all staff, there is a shared vision, collective responsibility and commitment to our cared for children and care experienced young people. This includes the provision of quality services for them. It is there. We had this discussion, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, we had this discussion at the Overview and Scrutiny meeting which I chaired in January. I share Councillor Law's frustration it's taken so long to get to this stage, but we did discuss this very issue at that meeting in January. The draft that actually came to that meeting on the 30th of January, and the wonders of technology. Oh my goodness, the wonders of technology. I just need to go in a home. The draft, the initial draft of the corporate parenting strategy that was put to that meeting only included the picture and mention on the foreword of Councillor Steve Darling, leader of Torbay Council, Councillor Cordelia Law, then Cabinet Member for Children's Services. I remember a discussion at that meeting. We decided that we would have the members of the Corporate Parenting Board, who are a group of councillors who have a particular responsibility to work on these matters, that we would have the Corporate Parenting Board members, which still includes, and I'm very pleased it does include Councillor Darling and Councillor Law, that it would be those members who would be there at the fore. We discussed that. That was agreed. What really, really gets me is that, it's gone on for 9 months. I'm not someone who's difficult to talk to. Come and speak, come and chat. To make it an objection, I don't think that reflects very well on anybody, which would further delay because of the process. It can't be an amendment, it would be a further delay, it would have to go to Cabinet. We couldn't get our corporate parenting strategy through, and then, unless we had a special council meeting, until December. So please, I would actually like you to withdraw your objection, but I hope you would reflect. We can sit down in the new year and refresh the corporate parenting strategy as we look to a successor document, because this runs till 2025. But it'd be ludicrous to be in 2024 before we finalise a strategy that runs out in 2025. So let's be grown up, let's reflect, let's work together. Please support this strategy as it stands and reject the objection.
I'm now going to take the vote on the objection. So those in favour. Those against? Okay. The objection is lost. So we now go back to the original motion. Is there any further debate? Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak on this item. I'm just concerned that actually, if the mover and seconder had just accepted this, it could have been put through as an amendment tonight, and no delays. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much. I just try and like us to try to get back to the matter in hand, which is the corporate parenting strategy. I spoke a little bit about it when I stood up a moment ago, but it is a pivotal moment that this strategy will be moved into that upper suite of documents that sit within council. It recognises how important the corporate parent strategy is. We know that we've got about 300 cared for children, and I don't want the objection that just came forward, or at least the vote for the objection, to sour people's views or thoughts. I think it is really important that we send a strong message out to our communities that when it comes to corporate parenting, we actually know that we have a responsibility, and actually we're stepping up to that responsibility, And it would be fantastic to actually have this document approved unanimously. The words that Councillor Law was concerned about are embedded in the document. That has been highlighted. So hopefully when this goes to the vote, we'll be able to have unanimous support and show that real whole council commitment behind this document. Thank you.
Councillor Long.
You can call me Councillor Law if you like, Mr Mayor, it's fine. Just to say that the Lib Dem group are planning to vote in favour of this anyway, despite the objection, but just to reiterate the point, it could all been decided this evening if you'd been so minded, which it sounded like you were, just by accepting it as an amendment.
Sorry.
So, but anyway, we're voting for it anyway.
Councillor Law.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking now on the actual thing. I made clear at the beginning, I don't object to the strategy whatsoever. I was just trying to have that. I would, however, like to point out the implication that this is somehow something that the administration has done, making it a policy framework document. That came forward under us, that was led by us, and that was pushed for by us. Thank you.
If there's no further debate, we go back to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Mayor. In 2011, after the election, I got a phone call from the then Mayor, Gordon Oliver, and all my experience had been in place and other things. And he said, Councillor, he'd probably call me Chris. He said, Chris, would you like to take on children's services? And I said, well, thank you very much, Mr Mayor, but I know I've got quite a few children, but is it a role that I've got experience on? And anyway, I accepted it. And I think it was one of the best, most rewarding positions I've held in Torbay Council. And I'll just reflect on one thing that we did. And we had a meeting. We had the Minister, Tim Loughton, down at that time. We had a meeting with Looked After Children for them to tell their story. And it was the time of Elizabeth Rakes and others. By the end of that time, some of those people sitting around the table were actually in tears, listening to that story. And a lot of us have a charmed upbringing, but there are a lot of people in the Bay, 300 odd, cared for children, who haven't had the experience that we've had. And that's why I'm pleased in the document, it does actually say that we have to engage and listen to those people and not take what we think to be granted. So listen to see what they want, how they want to be spoken to, what they want to be delivered, etc. And I think this document, it does stand out. And I will never forget that experience of sitting around that table, things that I thought could never happen, and they do happen. So I support this document, and I hope that we all support it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Bye.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And it is all about working together for children and young people, and especially those who are in our care or care experienced. And this document has been through consultation with groups of care experience and cared for young people. So, you know, I do have reservations about amending or changing a document that's already been through a process where we're so keen to hear the voice of the children through the various organisations that they now participate in. They have given this their sign-off, therefore they are happy with it. I hope that we are happy with it. It is all about showing all of our care and love and support for the 300 or so children in our care, the many more, another similar number who are care experienced, to give them the best opportunity in life. So I please hope that we can have unanimous support after this debate. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. I move to item 11. Adult Social Care Strategy. Please refer to page 72. Can Councillor Tranter please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Torbay's Adult Social Care Strategy outlines how we can work together to deliver improved adult social care services for the residents in Torbay. It builds upon the pioneering integrated journey for social care which started back in 2005. More recently, we have focused on developing an integrated care model that puts a strength-based approach at the heart, focusing on what matters most to the people of Torbay. This model provides joined-up services, fully integrated health and social care system, delivering a person-centred approach and building on wider community support around people. The strategy identifies 3 key priorities: helping people to live well and independently, helping people to regain their independence, helping people with care and support needs to live as independently as possible, keeping safe with choice and control. The strategy also recognises several challenges in Torbay, which include a higher proportion of older people than the England average, lots of people with mental health problems, many people with learning difficulties, too many people in long-term care, and financial and workforce challenges. A public consultation was held on the 6th of June and the 30th of July. There were 99 responses received by the online survey, and 70 people took part in the joint focus groups that were held by Healthwatch and Torbay Council. These consultations gave Torbay residents a real opportunity to influence this strategy. As can be seen from the Torbay Council website results, there is good support from those people who have responded to the survey for the adult social care strategy. Most people think that the overall priorities in the strategy are the right ones to meet the adult social care vision.
Sorry, Councillor Tranter, please, gentlemen, could you keep the voice down? I can hear you over Councillor Tranter. Tranter.
Most people think that the overall priorities in the strategy are the right ones to help with the adult social care vision. In addition, people strongly agreed with each of the 3 priorities in the strategy. Healthwatch also not only supported with the consultation, but have also provided a report. The strategy will be implemented via a variety of work programmes, which will emerge in the coming months. This report is also available in Easy Read, something that we're really welcoming and celebrating the fact that this is going to be open to more people. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to second and I reserve my rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to rise to highlight the Appendix 5, which is the report of the Adult Social Care and Health Overview and Scrutiny Subboard, ably chaired by Councillor Joyce, I have to say. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of points from that, of their report, which was discussed at the subboard and its form as part of their recommendations. And point 2 is that the Director of Adult and Community Services provides the local MP's offices and other information offices within Torbay information concerning the website-based approach for accessing care. And the other information offices, I imagine, would be places like Disability Support Torbay and Age UK Torbay, amongst others. So, for example, if there are people like Councillor By who want to access the care system, as he said, but might not be so technologically abled, you could go to places to get help with that, for example. And the other point I wanted to highlight, which I'm afraid is a hobby horse of mine, which I'll probably mention lots and lots and lots, was point 5, that the Head of Policy, Performance and Community Engagement be instructed to widen the inclusion of people with protected characteristics in future consultations and report back to the Health and Adult Social Care Subboard at a later date. That's just making sure that all our communities are included in consultations to make sure that everybody's voices are heard. So I just wanted to highlight those, and it was a good meeting at the Subboard, I think, so which everyone would agree. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow with what Councillor Long was saying, having also been a member on that sub-board. There was, from my recollection, also Councillor Long, an extremely good cross-party discussion, cross-party support for the strategy, and I, like you, found it very, very good to learn about it, and I will hopefully be supporting this in a few moments' time. Thank you.
With no further debate, Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you. And the area I just wanted to slightly unpick in this report, I'm broadly sympathetic, and I'm sure myself and Lib Dem colleagues will be backing this report, but it wasn't that long ago that this local authority used to be a member of the Cooperative Councils group, and we did draw some strength from that. And I'm just interested to hear from Councillor Tranter as to why in this strategy we didn't explore cooperative approach around social care provision, because I know some of us have sat in on some really interesting debates around that as members of the Cooperative Council Society, and I'd welcome some thoughts as to why that was not drawn out. Because to me, whilst Boris said, "Oh, we're going to get it sorted as far as social care," and I don't really think national government have done that. That grassroots approach of actually getting people to help themselves and help their fellow man is what the Cooperative Society is all about. And I'd be interested to know what your reflections are, Councillor Tranter, around that area. Thank you.
So, no further debate. We go to Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm extremely proud, actually, if we read the Thriving Communities and we look at the document. I think any civilised area and society would be really proud that we nurture frail people within our community, and we put at the heart of our community here in Torbay dignity, respect, support, education, community, and most important, positive and proactive communication. With this particular document, it shows that everyone thrives when they're in their own home. When you're in your own home, you're surrounded by familiar surroundings. It makes you feel protected, it makes you feel comfortable, and it makes you thrive. With this document, it's about keeping people in their homes longer, being nurtured by their family and their friends, and being able for us as a society and a community here in Torbay to support them. If we read the document, which we have done it in our Adult Overview and Scrutiny Board, and again we had mass agreement in relation to this, we put forward recommendations, and I'm delighted that all the recommendations, that the 5 that we put forward, have all been accepted. And it just shows you when you work together, as we were talking about with the corporate programme earlier, we get the best results. And may we continue to do that with the Adult Sub-Board, because it's not a political football when it comes to adult health and looking at what's best for our society. And let's just keep working to strive better for the people of Torbay, making sure that they're nurtured and loved and cherished, and that we're here to provide the services that they should be entitled to. And with this document, we go a long way to doing that, and I fully endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tranter.
Thank you. With regards to this document going out to consultation and including those from Torbay that come under the protected characteristics category, it goes out to consultation. It's available for everybody. We also hold the public consultations, like with Healthwatch, Torbay Council, actual physical group consultations, and it's available online. With regards to Councillor Darling, I've covered everything ONS have raised. If you could raise these concerns again, maybe when this document gets updated. I think it's taken away from how great this document is and how hard the officers have worked putting this document together, and worked with people and recognising the needs and the changes that need to be made with regards to getting people to have more say in their care. Like I've said, back to the 3 key priorities of helping people to live well and independently, helping people to regain their independence, helping people with care and support needs to live independently, as independently as possible, keeping safe and with choice and control. And I think the fact that we are listening to residents of Torbay, unlike Councillor Darling that's not listening to me, I think it's a really great thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. I now move to item 12, Budget Monitoring 2023-2024, April to June 2023. Revenue and Capital Outturn Forecast. Please refer to page 139. Councillor Tyman, please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pleased to be able to stand up with the hat on that I'm more used to wearing, that portfolio holder for finance. This monitoring report it gives you a top-level review of the Council's finances for this year. It's based on detailed information on performance during the first quarter, but also forecasts from officers about how those costs will go over the next 9 months leading to the year end. The report has been through and been looked at by Overview and Scrutiny. It was looked at yesterday at Cabinet. In all instances, it's a matter for Council just to note the report as far as the in-year revenue spend is concerned. The situation regarding the overspends is that they are, broadly speaking, the same areas of activity of the Council that saw overspend last year. They are areas that are known to, they are predominantly areas that are known to be under cost pressures, and ones in which our financial director and all members of the senior leadership team are having lots of discussions amongst themselves about how they mitigate those overspends, reducing them where it's possible to do so, in order to bring our budget back into balance over the course of the year. So that's for noting. But 2 items actually need a Council decision tonight, and that is, one is the underwriting arrangements for Coombe Pafford School, as detailed in paragraphs 4, 17 to 19. If I can just say a brief word on that, Coombe Pafford School approached the Council some time ago. They are looking to fund an expansion that will provide places that I'm sure will be to benefit of our young people, and therefore ones that I believe it is right that we should support. Coombe Pafford School is, of course, an academy. Therefore, it's not our duty to directly involve ourselves in the capital programme. But they wanted certainty that they could go ahead with this work and have approached us to see if we could provide a facility to allow them certainty of going forward. They hope to fund this without using our money, but we want the agreement to loan them effectively money if they so require. The situation on this is that we, both the financial officer and I, felt that we needed absolute assurance that they could repay that over the 3 years that was planned by us deducting it from their annual the annual money that they have to fund their revenue budgets. We wanted their assurance that they could do that without, as far as they believe, and this is both the head teacher and the governors, without impact upon their ability to provide the required and standard of education. They have given us that assurance. The other aspect in which I'm asking for a council decision is that 4 relatively minor, but nevertheless much valued projects be added to the capital programme. These are all projects which are being funded either from external grants coming in, the Lawn Tennis Association, for example, in one case, and partly from 106 contributions from the council. So none of these 4 items that we're looking to add it, which you can find in sections 232 of the proposal, will involve prudential borrowing and therefore ongoing revenue costs to the council. So I therefore put that as the motion before us tonight.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Billings, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I rise to second and I reserve my rights. Thank you.
Okay, and now I invite debate. Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, I absolutely welcome the inclusion in the capital programme of the refurbishment of the changing rooms at Armada Park in my ward. It's something that's been on the agenda for many, many years, and eventually we've managed to get it over the line through a mix of various grants and support, including a possible contribution from the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum SIL fund. So I look forward to seeing those completed, and maybe the Director of Place can continue to give me reassurances that this project will be completed by the end of this football season, ready for the start of the 24-25 season. Just want to also bring colleagues attention to 4.1, the table, and the increase and the overspend pressure on adult services, which is predominantly the £1 million for temporary accommodation. We know we've got the housing crisis, we discussed it earlier, and of course the temporary accommodation programme of the FI project to deliver 30 plus homes to support people in temporary accommodation is progressing well. We're absolutely proud of that inclusion in the council's programme during our period of administration, but the challenge is how you move those people on from that temporary accommodation into permanent affordable or social accommodation to free up those properties so that there's always a supply chain going through the system of temporary accommodation availability, thus reducing the pressure on the adult social care budget.
Councillor Cowell, we're going slightly off the budget.
Sorry, it's absolutely fundamental how you control the finances of this council by making sure that you reduce the pressures on your revenue budget. So if that's being advised to you that is off-piste, then I'm seriously challenging that. But I've made my point anyway. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went a little trip down memory lane before attending this meeting, and I refreshed my memory of the Q1 that we had in 2019-2020. And it was interesting that the projected overspend there on children's services was £4.2 million, which is very much higher than where we are looking at the moment. So it's heartening to know that we are in a stronger and have a firmer grip on the finances. If only we got an award for that earlier on in the year. So I'm pleased to note that and share with colleagues. And I would particularly welcome the investment in Coombe Pafford School. It does demonstrate the perversity of academisation of our schools, that we then have to think twice whether we're going to support them or not, and how bizarre that academisation is. I'm really pleased that we're supporting with this, with these proposals, that particular school, because I know when I visit them, you find that kids there, they have a disproportionate number of students who receive free school meals. So we are really supporting, and Jenny's escaping, really supporting those most in need by supporting that particular school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If there's no further debate, I go back to Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I would go back to highlight some of the points that my colleague Councillor Tyerman made, that this has been through overview and scrutiny, that there's already been the debate and, to my recollection, cross-party support when it was discussed at overview and scrutiny, that the large part of what we are doing as a council is to note, and the actual decision that we're looking at is in relation to some points where we are providing some funding or some underwriting of some funding for a school. We're providing some funding provision for changing rooms for our community, for charging points for electric vehicles, for some travel works for our community, and renovating tennis courts. And I would suggest, if we look at the substance of actually what we're considering as part of our motion, those are things that we would all as councillors want to support and want to see delivered. So, I would encourage all councillors to support the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. Sorry, Councillor Tyerman. Sorry, I'm wishing the night away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't hold things up for long. I appreciate, Councillor Cowell, you were on holiday yesterday and not at the Cabinet meeting. I don't know whether you had a chance to listen into it. We did discuss the situation on temporary accommodation then, and I think it's worth pointing out that the overspend here is very equivalent to that which was occurring last year. And from what I understand from other councils, and when I was at the LGA conference, I went to a session on temporary accommodation, as Councillor Darling did as well, and we were hearing that this was a major problem, with many councils seeing significant increases. I think, therefore, it is worth putting on record. I mentioned it yesterday, but I will put it on record here so all our members can hear that I think it's to great credit of our officers in that service that they have taken many steps to try and address the situation. They are trying to work hard on preventative, finding people who may get into financial difficulties that will lead to homelessness, getting in touch with them earlier, getting in touch with them at a stage in which they go to the job centre, perhaps because they lose their jobs. Whatever route, they're trying to get in touch with people earlier and help deal with the situation. I think it's enormous credit that actually this overspend at the moment does not show sign of expanding compared with last year. and I just want to pay tribute to what is going on. Yes, the initiative to purchase houses is actually keeping the cost down, but we are also keeping the numbers relatively under control compared with other councils, and I don't want to in any way minimise the impact that being homeless has on individual people and individual families in making that point that the numbers haven't expanded in a way that many other councils have seen. So yes, we will continue to work on that. We'll continue to look at ways of which we can provide the service, provide the need. And I think, Councillor Cowell, you may well be pleased to hear that I was told only last week that we just managed to move a number of families on from the housing that we had purchased into permanent. So that is happening. It may not be happening at the scale that we would all wish to see, but it is happening. There's a lot of hard work going into that. And I'd just like to pick up Councillor Darling on the children's services overspend and say that you did compare that with the overspend in 2019-2020. I think making those sorts of comparisons to say this is a much lower overspend than them is very difficult, because the budget has been increased significantly in the meantime. So I just make that point, that when you have changed budgets, it actually isn't very helpful to compare an overspend from 4 years ago with an overspend today. But as Councillor Billings pointed out, that part of the report is only for noting, it's not part of the decision tonight. So I ask you, please, I hope everyone will support the decision to increase the capital funding and support Coombe Pafford School.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. I move to item number 13, Treasury Management Outturn 2022-2023 report. Please refer to page 149. Can Councillor Brooke please put the Audit Committee's motion to the Council?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'm delighted to propose the recommendations from the Audit Committee that convened on the 26th of July. For ease, members, I'm just going to break down my part into the seriousness of the background of the subject, a little bit of background information, and then we'll look at the salient points. Seriousness of the subject, many may find Treasury management a little bit dry. But when you actually look at the figures involved for Torbay Council in the millions and see what's happening with other councils across the country, going into jargon what we call 114s, effectively in the media say bust. Good management is the difference between making and breaking a council and delivering for our residents. And that's the seriousness of the matter and what we look at. I'm pleased to say that we feel that the council has very robust management systems in place. The Audit Committee looked at the Treasury Management Outturn 2022-23. That gave the Audit Committee ability to review the activities of Treasury Management with the Council over that prevailing year, and then ability to then suggest amendments if necessary. From that, we were able to come forward to Council, 3 recommendations, one's of a note, and then 2 recommendations to actually change elements in the strategy. If I turn to the elements of note, just some headline comments. Borrowing went down slightly, but we still got 386 million. Treasury activity mazily ranged from 84 million to 113 million. Predominantly, the money is invested though in short-term investments. Compliance, all activities of Treasury management, you'll be pleased to know, fulfilled our 5 criteria, which is excellent. And regarding performance, we managed to increase income over and above the budget, and we managed to decrease interest payments over and above the budget to produce an extra 2.5 million for the council, which helped with overspend. So overall, that was fantastic. So I hope you'll note what we said for the report. Turning to the issues, though, of a change, ultimately we have this cash flow, and we look back in time, we look forward in time, and we try and make a management of when we need to spend the money on a day-to-day basis, and also when we might not need to spend it for a period of time, and then it's drawn down on. And the recommendations that we're coming forward to the council to, we hope, support, are looking at how we can move the money from short-term investments to longer-term investments that facilitate the council in receiving extra income. There's two recommendations. One regards the amount of money that can be sectorised into what they call beyond 1 year investments, and we're asking to move that from 20 million to 30 million, so an extra potential maximum of 10 million. The second request was the moving of money in what we call investments that are more for even longer term. And one area that we're allowed to invest in is called pooled investments, and the ask is to move the amount in that area from 20 million to 40 million. The upshot of those two is if we were to maximise that change, a 1% extra income would provide the council with 300,000, which, as we know, we need the money to provide the services for our residents. Turning to the third issue, that related to, we have a responsibility as the Audit Committee to monitor
30 seconds, Councillor
look at risk of regard to debt management. There was a concern raised regarding future debt management. Would the projects that the capital was used, would they have a clear income or savings amount to make sure that any costs that the council incurs with these projects are fully covered either through income stream or through expense saving. So the recommendation was a change in our definition of debt management strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke.
Which is said in number 3. So in short...
End of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next time, I'll be a bit shorter.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Tyman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to second and I reserve my rights.
Martin, just thank you. Okay, I now invite debate. No debate. Councillor Tyman.
I'm quite prepared to say nothing as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Brooke.
Get my extra bit in. Well, if there's no debate, I'm trusting that there's full support on this matter. It's so essential that we have a strong grip on our finances. I know that's a catchphrase, but it's important for all parties in the future, whatever administration, and I'm proud to be the chair of the Audit Committee, because when we look at these matters, we are able to give all members assurance that we have good governance in place, good risk management in place, and that we're watching over the whole finances of the council. So with that in mind, I beg to go to the vote.
Thank you. I move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? Motion's carried. I now move to item 14, Constitution Amendment, Local Protocol, Civic and Ceremonial. Please refer to page 164. Can Councillor Tyman please put the motion to the Council?
Sorry, on my feet again. Wearing a third hat, I think. Changes to the Constitution here before us include an extensive rewording of many clauses throughout the protocol. Many of those do little to change the substance of what is contained within the document, but are included to enhance the readability of the document and to update language used. There are some changes that have some more substance, and some of those are really just reflecting current protocol, current practice. I'll mention just 2 or 3 of those. That the declaration, for example, of the acceptance of the office and oath of allegiance no longer need to be made in the presence of 2 justices of the peace. The civil mayor no longer, according to this rewrite of the Constitution, has to hold any civil lunch that he or she chooses to have on the same day as an annual council meeting, though the option to hold it on that day remains. But perhaps one that is a little bit more of substance and not just changing current practice is that any losses made, if any unfortunately take place, on events held by the civic mayor, and I'm talking here really about events that are for the purposes of fundraising to support his charities, his or her charities, any of those make a loss will only need to be paid for them by the civil mayor, him or herself, when he or she has acted against advice of the officers of the council. As it is written at the moment, any losses on an event which might be caused by something that is completely outside of their control are stated to be borne by the individual, and we believe that that is not fair if they have acted in accordance or in agreement with officers who think the event they're holding is legitimate and likely to succeed. So that is a brief summary. As I say, the number of changes in here is absolutely enormous, and reading it and following through all of those, I think, is quite difficult. I accept that, but the vast, vast majority are not making any changes of substance. So I put the motion to Council that that new protocol on civil and on the civil and ceremonial is adopted.
Do you have a seconder?
I'm delighted, Mr. Mayor, to second and reserve my right to speak should the need arise.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Long.
Apologies, I'm having to negotiate. Guide dogs. It's true to say that I've not always been a keen supporter of the civic ceremonial role, but I have to say that I was converted by the incredible work and fundraising zeal shown by Councillor Mandy Darling, particularly when she was mayor, and recognised the complete value of groups who appreciated that the mayor's involvement in going to see them, etc. I did have 3 areas of concern for this report, though. I'm particularly concerned about sections 5.1a and 5.2, in which effectively the civic mayor is not able to accept invitations to events without the prior agreement of government support, and all invites have to be sent to government support direct. I've got nothing against government support, of course, but I do find it slightly patronising that councillors who are the mayor are not children, but in fact adults who are quite capable of being able to make decisions without being handheld. I'm also concerned about the equality impacts in item 9, also potentially containing an error. It states there is no differential impact for religion or belief or lack of belief. Item 10 refers to the role of the civic mayor's chaplain, and item 4.1 refers to the civic ceremony being normally held at the civic mayor's chaplain's place of worship. This doesn't seem to take account of civic mayors who might not be of the Christian faith or indeed have no faith at all. I just wonder whether that needs to be reviewed. And the final area was 3.3. Now, I can't imagine, Mr. Mayor, this ever taking place, but the civic mayor shall preside over meetings of the council with political neutrality. And I can't imagine that ever not happening, Mr. Mayor. But who is the arbiter of when a mayor is not being politically neutral? How does one complain and to whom? I think that kind of further detail should have been included in this report. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Bye.
Thank you indeed. And it's just a tidying up and to make the protocol reflect current practice. So in response to Councillor Long, the role of the Civic Mayor's chaplain, 10.1, the Civic Mayor is invited but not required to choose a chaplain to provide support to them during their term of office, replaces a chaplain to provide spiritual guidance and or reflection. So I think what is here is intended to reflect what Councillor Long would like to see.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pay tribute to the roles that Councillor Mandy Darling did previously as Civic Mayor, and also Councillor Spagagna that you are as Civic Mayor, because it's a role that I would be cautious to have undertaken under the contexts where if I held an event, I would be made personally liable. And I think moving from that position is a great step forward. I know we've got the equalities report at the back of it that indicates there's no impact from people of lower socio-economic backgrounds. I wonder whether that is fully true when under the current constitutional arrangements we're making the person who's the holder of the Civic Mayor post themselves personally responsible if by holding a function that's part of their role they personally are made liable, and that's the current position, and I don't think that's right. I pay tribute to the fact that the two councillors in the room were quite happy to undertake this important role, notwithstanding that. But I think the important changes that we've got in the report before us, where actually we're treating them like every other member and every other councillor, where we're recognising that it's a corporate role to hold these events in effect and not holding them personally liable. I think that's a great step forward, and hopefully the members from both sides of the floor can recognise that, and that's why I think some of the changes here bring us up to date and are very, very valid, and that we should be supporting them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you see the title of this you would imagine is just well, it is a tidying up exercise. However, when you go through the tracked changes and you see one lot of changes in blue, one lot in purple, one lot in red, one lot in green, there's about 7 different versions that have come forward with this particular document. And for those members that are newly elected to this council, this document has been flying around the ether for a very long time, and for some reason nobody's been prepared to grasp it and say, this is what we're going to run with, and we're going to bring it to council, and we're going to have a debate at council, and we're going to decide once and for all what is the role of our civic and ceremonial mayor. And what this administration has basically done is saying, look, we're never ever going to be able to please all of the people all of the time, but what we can't afford to have is a document that is effectively now so old it's way, way behind how we currently operate. We know that we want to get these things sorted. There's agreement on, I don't know, guess, 70, 80%. But I think it's really important that we get this one across the line. There's a few other bits within the Constitution. It's great bedtime reading if you really struggle to sleep. I can recommend it to you. As I know Councillor Tyman can also recommend it to you. He spent a few hours reading, because the problem is we do have conversations about it. I can assure you it's not late at night, but it's not always the next day. But I think it is important that we get this particular document across the line. To answer Councillor Long's question of who is the arbiter of whether the Civic Mayor is actually being political or non-political, I would advise that that's basically down to all of us here in this room, because the Civic Mayor is actually held accountable to the same codes of practice and conduct that we are all signed up to. And if anybody has got a complaint, they can of course write to the monitoring officer, who I'm sure will look into any particular complaint. Hopefully that helps. Thank you. And hopefully we can get unanimous approval on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Law, did I see your arm up? No. Then it was Councillor Manny Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just add a little something here. So I enjoyed every minute that I was Mayor, and it was an honour to do the role. But the one thing I'm a little bit worried about this document is it says that all the requests for Mayor need to come through government support. When I took on the role of the Mayor, I wanted to be a Mayor with a difference and be a Mayor in the community. And I went out and I met lots of businesses, I met lots of public services, visiting places like the crematorium. With the hospital, I visited lots of hospital sites, vast amounts of people. None of those came through invitation. All of those were basically by word of mouth or by the chief executive of the hospital asking me to do it, or just a way of getting mixing in and being seen in the community. Now obviously once I had appointments to go and meet people and things, then it went into the civic diary. But I would say 2/3 of my events that I did during my mayoral year I wouldn't have done if I hadn't if it had to have all come through government support, through invitation, and I certainly wouldn't have raised £15,000. Thank you.
If there's no further debate, Councillor Tyman.
Yes, I think all I will say is to that last point, Councillor Darling, and to a similar point made by Councillor Long, is that I think there could be occasions when a civic mayor felt themselves in a difficult position from an approach to do something, which I think the fact that everything goes through governance support creates a degree of consistency as what events are, what official events are accepted and what are not. I don't think that stops many of the activities, Councillor Darling, that you would have done from happening if they weren't official events that you were attending. And I believe that this really affects those. So tabulated, proper, scheduled events. You obviously, as a civil mayor, will be out in the community talking to people. Generally because people will know you are the civil mayor. They will approach you. And I do not see this as stopping that sort of contact, general contact with the general public from happening. I think this has been built in. It's felt that it's a safeguard from the council, and I would suggest we retain it. I think it's something that if whoever is in the position of civil mayor finds is a block to them being able to act in a way that they feel is appropriate, that they could bring it to the attention of others, and we could look and see whether any amendment or modification of this is needed. But I think at the moment it's the correct thing to do.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? Okay, motion's carried. I now move to item 15, Constitution Amendment, Local Protocol, Indemnity and Insurance for Members and Officers. Please refer to page 181. Can Councillor Tyman please put the motion to the Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I rise to this one, and I'm going to start by saying that this, the implications and what this is trying to achieve are something that I find and others will find somewhat difficult in detail to understand. But the sentiment, I think, is quite clear. This addition to the Constitution puts in place an indemnity for both members and officers that will provide indemnity from the Council for their actions. It's not a blank cheque to say they can do anything and be indemnified, but it is to say that if they do things that they believe are correct, legal, and right, that the Council indemnifies them and their actions if they turn out by mistake not to be quite as right as they thought. I think that some of the aspects in here will be things that we will probably never have to worry about again. I did speak to our monitoring officer about the situation where people might apply for indemnity. This is something that is likely to happen perhaps once a decade, maybe a bit more frequently than that, but we're talking about very rare events. But the Constitution in here provides the framework in which indemnity, excuse my muddling up the words, indemnity can be sought and applied when appropriate. The structure of this has been, I think, taken and from what's been done by other councils. It's therefore nothing in here that is not normal, that is not applied elsewhere, and I think it's a safeguard that it's well worth us having as members and us having on behalf of our officers in place. Therefore, I ask you to support this constitutional addition.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Billings.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I rise to second and I reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Thomas.
I don't expect there to be much lengthy debate about this. Probably worth saying that this is an item within our constitution that we don't currently have, so there is a gap in there, recognised and identified as being a gap. We worked alongside Devon County Council, who had already previously identified a gap, so we were able to kind of work with them and come up with this much quicker than if we'd have started from scratch. Thank you.
Okay, no further debate. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, the last time in a semi-council capacity I was discussing an indemnity was when we formed the neighbourhood plans. And I might, if I indulge you slightly, talk very briefly about what happened there and why this is equally important now. What was felt there by the volunteers involved in the neighbourhood plans is that they were doing something representing the community and doing something in their role as volunteers. It was appropriate that they had an indemnity so they weren't held personally liable. Now, if we use that example in this instance here, what we've got is officers of the council and members of the council doing something in a paid or a semi-volunteer, I don't like to think as councillors are being paid, semi-volunteer capacity, also representing our community. And where we are genuinely doing our best, taking proper advice and doing what we think is right based off what we're encouraged to do by those experts and advisors, if at a later date it turns out to be we've done something wrong, I don't believe it's appropriate to hold that person personally liable when they've done something to the best of their will, where they've followed all the appropriate advice, but now and again, we're human, things do go wrong. And so in many respects, we can think of this as equivalent to an insurance for those situations you hope never occur, where something subsequently goes wrong, despite you having taken every precaution against it. And that's ultimately what we're discussing here. An appropriate, prudent framework just to ensure there's something in place in the unlikely event something goes wrong and people have done their best, but actually turns out wasn't quite what was needed in the circumstances. And that's why I think it's really important that we approve the motion before us. It brings us in line with many other councils, and it's something I'm delighted to support because it's something I feel strongly about when people are genuinely trying to do their best for the community, following all appropriate advice. It's not appropriate to hold them personally liable, so I encourage you to support it, please, members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tymon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think with what I said to start with, what's been added by Councillor David Thomas and added by Councillor Billings has covered it all. So I ask that everybody support the inclusion of this in the Council's constitution.
Thank you. I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. I move to item 16, appointment of Overview and Scrutiny Co-ordinator and appointment of Scrutiny Lead Member for Finance, Corporate and Place-Based Services. Please refer to agenda front page 3. Can Councillor David Thomas please put the motion to the Council?
Thank you indeed, Mr. Mayor. It's quite straightforward, really. Previously, Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator, Councillor Billings, took on that role for the Council in May of this year. Much more recently, Councillor Billings came to join us within the Cabinet to allow myself to spend more time on some of the more strategic items and issues that I wasn't able to address. Therefore, we have a space to fill, and as a result of that, we would like to appoint Councillor Twelves into that position. Councillor Twelves is currently our Overview and Scrutiny Lead for Finance, Corporate and Place-Based Services. He's done a great job there. And of course that leaves a space, and therefore we would be delighted to put Councillor Hutchins into that position. So effectively that is the change that is brought forward and proposed, both straightforward there in the recommendations. One, that Councillor Twelves be appointed as the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator for the remainder of this municipal year, and that Councillor Hutchins be appointed as the Overview and Scrutiny Lead for Finance, Corporate and Place-Based Service for the remainder of the municipal year. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Tolchard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to second this motion and reserve my rights.
Thank you. I now invite debate. Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as circulated at the beginning of this meeting, myself and colleagues would like to come up with an alternative amendment, which is Councillor Cowell as the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator. This is, with all due respect to Councillor Twelves, no casting aspersions upon yourself, but it is more a case of saying, actually, the Conservatives have grabbed too much power in this current administration, and perhaps we ought to hark back to where there was a more inclusive approach by former mayors, such as Councillor Oliver, who actually had appointed an independent member. Admittedly, he may be somewhat different in his political outlook to Councillor Cowell, with him being a UKIP member, but it still demonstrated that historically, when Conservatives have sat on the throne of the local authority, they have been able to be more inclusive and actually allowed other parties to act in that overview scrutiny role. I hope that now that the blue corner have got their feet under the table and that they've got high levels of confidence in what they're doing, that they can take this more inclusive approach, as I'm sure Darren Cowell would relish the opportunity to be able to support the work that we need to do to be able to drive the positive change that we all want to see for our local communities in Torbay. An overview and scrutiny role can be a crucible of positive change if we choose to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Lewis. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, seconder to the amendment.
Yes, I stand to second, thank you.
Thank you. Does Councillor Lewis want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. It's a shame Councillor Cowell isn't here. Perhaps he's gone off early to watch the Arsenal match. I don't know. Looking at the figures, I mean, Councillor Cowell, as we know, is a busy man. Runs a business, very involved in the council when he can be. If you look at the figures since the election, Councillor Cowell has attended 3 board and sub-board meetings. Councillor Twelves has attended 7. So over twice as many as Councillor Cowell. I'm not sure that Councillor Cowell has got the time. I mean, it's proposed by Councillor Steve Darling and seconded by Councillor Harvey. I wonder if they've actually asked him if he wants the role, because he may be too busy and doesn't want it, but he's not here to answer for himself. Councillor Darling goes on about, being inclusive and everything else. I agree. And that's why, when you were in charge for 4 years, we said, well, can we have the post of overview and scrutiny? Because we were the largest party, didn't have overall control, but we were the largest party. So we said, well, can we have the chair of overview and scrutiny? Certainly not, we're in charge. So then we thought, well, it would be nice to be the mayor once during that 4-year period. Yeah? Not political, not a civil role, a civic role. And we thought that would be rather nice, wouldn't it? Because we had members who had been councillors for quite a while and they may have wanted to take up that post. But no, we couldn't have that. In fact, it was written into the partnership agreement not to offer the Conservative Party the mayoralship for 4 years. And this is inclusive. I hope that we will vote down this amendment, because I think Councillor 12 will do a superb job as the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator. She's proved that she wants to get involved by going to twice as many meetings. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And just to answer the question that was raised, Councillor Cowell was asked, so that answers that. And I think it's fair to say that previous administrations of all colours, have been far more equitable in the sharing out of positions, whether it be scrutiny leads or fire authority or other places, other positions, than this current administration, who is keeping, I think, everything to themselves apart from one position that I'm aware of. So I sense it as a sense of weakness on this administration's part, that it doesn't feel able to be more inclusive. And yet we have all the time from Councillor Lewis and others, let's all work together, except when it comes to positions of responsibility. So there's a conflict there. Thank you.
Any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would simply stress the daytime time commitment as a previous overview and scrutiny coordinator that post actually takes. And I personally found I had to adjust my own daytime work commitments to accommodate that. Just as I knew going into the Cabinet, I would have to continue that. And I would highlight that that role does require an unusually large amount of time during the day. And I appreciate that some councillors might find a greater ability to accommodate that because of the types of work that they do. And I would suggest we should hold that in our mind when we consider this amendment and we come to a vote, not just the point about what party a councillor might coincidentally happen to come from. Thank you.
If there's no further debate, we go back to Councillor Steve Darling.
I'm keen to get to questions this evening, so I will not indulge any more on this particular item.
Okay, we go back to Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. So, first of all, I don't want to get into personalities of putting one councillor up against another. I don't want to get into the merits of Councillor Cowell can do this, Councillor 12s can do that. I want to embrace the emerging talent that is there. We know, and in all honesty, I don't think I've ever been to a meeting where, let's put it another way. If somebody is interested in wanting to advance a particular role, it doesn't matter if it's a council position, if it's a job, or if it's an opportunity in life that you want to do. You normally make sure that you turn up at the interview. You normally make sure you turn up at the meeting to be able to be involved and have a say. And we can't ask Councillor Cowell anything tonight. He's not here. I mean, I'm not going to go through. You've heard the figures. They've been read out for yourself. So I would urge, well, certainly our members to vote against the amendment. Councillor Lewis spoke about the previous partnership agreement, not to offer a position of Civic mayor to anybody else outside of the partnership. And when we spoke about the partnership model a couple of months ago, we were informed the partnership has gone. It's not around anymore. We are the Liberal Democrats, they are the Independents, and we do not have a partnership. Fine, no problem. I accept that because that's what I was told. However, I find it very interesting that when Councillor Cowell can't come to the planning meetings, it is Councillor Darling that provides a Liberal Democrat substitute for Councillor Cowell, and the paperwork is signed off by Councillor Darling and not Councillor Cowell. Councillor Cowell is the... You shake your head. I've got a copy of the email. But But Councillor Cowell is the leader of the independent group. Now, he can appoint whoever he wants as his substitute to that meeting, but ordinarily you would expect the leader of that group to actually put
Point
in...
of personal explanation when I can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You would expect the leader of that particular group to fulfil the paperwork, unless, of course, that the partnership was continuing. Look, I would urge our members to vote against the current, what's the word now? Amendment? Objection? What is it? Amendment, sorry. It's getting late, I'm getting tired. Vote against the current amendment, and so that we can move on to the substantive and put Councillor Twelves and Councillor Hutchings into the position as I highlighted a few moments ago. I'll now take my seat and give way to Councillor Darling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Steve Darling.
Thank you. And I'm extremely concerned that Councillor Thomas is misrepresenting the relationship that we have with the independents. I think it's sad that colleagues think that it's strange that people can work together with different parties. If if the independents reach out to us and say, can you fill in a spot because we are both busy people and not able to do this, it is in the best interests of the local authority that we help fill those gaps where we can. But whilst I may offer a individual up, it is actually Councillor Cowell who signs off on that, is my experience of the way that the logistics work when we work with governance support. Thank you.
I now move to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? Okay, so the amendment is lost. Is there any further debate on the substantive motion?
I would
Councillor
just like to stand and endorse Councillor Twelves as a worthy advocate of this position. She's worked alongside me as the Vice Chair of the Harbours Committee, and I think she's doing an incredibly good job in the position that she's being put forward for. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would encourage colleagues to support the motion you have before you. Councillor Twelves has contributed very substantially to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee meetings we've already held, and she's indicated through that involvement and through her enthusiasm on a wide range of issues that she would be very good a person to fulfil that post. If you look at the way, for those members who sit on Overview and Scrutiny, if you look at the way that she's contributed to the debate, it appeared to me, as a person chairing those meetings, that she approached them in a cross-party, an inclusive way, and I think that's an incredibly important characteristic of someone who's going to be the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator. I think she will try and ensure that before all of those debates, there's all of the paperwork for all of the members, just as I did, and I think because of the particular work that she does, she's got the time to adjust her schedule to be able to do that. In terms of other matters, if we look at Councillor Hutchings, he'll be taking on a role that will ultimately see him leading on a very important component of work that's picking up on housing and affordable housing. And we've discussed earlier in the meeting, councillors, about how whichever side of the table, whichever side of this room you sit on, that's a really important component of work. Now, you may have had the opportunity to have engaged with Councillor Hutchings. You may not yet have done. But in terms of housing, that's something that he's always taken an interest in. If you look at his posts on Facebook in relation to topical issues, he's already engaged on those quite substantially in terms of since being a councillor. And he's been leading on those in his area, certainly considering developments that are coming forward. And so I think if you look at the two names that have been suggested and the two posts, I think both of those people are perfectly good choices. They're excellent choices to do that role, and I would encourage on both sides of the House that you support them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any more debate? Councillor Brooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to rise and say a few words about both Yvonne and Jason. I've only come to know them in recent times, pre-election and obviously post-election. For Councillor Twelves, pre-election, I found her drive, her commitment, her thoughtfulness, her ability to pull in and listen to others, quite inspiring, to be honest. And the role of the overview and scrutiny has to not only have the time to do it, but has to be able to work well with all people, to listen to opinion and views, to then formulate strategy and recommendations for the council. And I think she's an excellent person in that setting. With regard to Councillor Hutchings, I didn't know him at all before the election. But what I have found in the gentleman, and I thought he wouldn't have time due to the work commitment, the type of work he does, but I've found an incredible person with the pressures of normal life, and in his setup, he's been able to still come to group meetings, still come to other meetings, and not only just turn up, but make his opinions known, listen, and then try and drive forward change. And again, I feel those talents are very well suited for an overview and scrutiny lead. So again, it's that we need the people of the range of skills in these positions, because ultimately overview and scrutiny has such a fundamental role in council. So I'm very happy to endorse both councillors for these positions.
Is there any further debate? There's been a lot of repetition in this debate thus far. For those councillors still to speak, can you please ensure that you are only raising new matters? Councillor Twelves.
I just wanted to say that thank you very much for my colleagues for their kind words, and also that I would be honoured to take on this role, because I do feel passionate about making sure we do the best we possibly can with overview and scrutiny. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis. Chris Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will be brief, because I know we want to get on to questions, which are always entertaining and very important to this council. I was probably one of the longest serving chairman of Overview and Scrutiny. I did it for the full 4 years. I enjoyed it immensely, and I think Councillor Twelves will be a superb person in that role. As many of you know, she used to work for the council, so she knows the working of the council, which hasn't been mentioned already today. So I think that's good. As far as Councillor Hutchings is concerned, I think it's always nice to have someone from the rural community. A real farmer, who I don't think we've had a pretend farmer, but we haven't had a real farmer for
Councillor Lewis,
for many years.
Is there anything new?
No, I think Councillor Hutchins make a superb scrutiny lead. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I now go back to Councillor Tolchard, who reserved her right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go over the attributes of both the proposed appointments, but suffice to say, I was pleased to be asked to second the proposal, and I do hope that all members will come behind the motion to appoint both Councillor Yvonne Twells as Overview and Scrutiny Co-ordinator and Councillor Jason Hutchins as Lead for Finance, Corporate and Place-Based Services. I think they'd fill these roles admirably. Thank you.
Councillor Dave Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't wish to take any more time over this. We've taken a long time already, but I do think that both positions will be filled with individuals who will bring their own qualities and strengths, and happy to move to the vote.
I now move to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Motion's carried. I move to items 17 and 18. Composition of the Constitution of the Cabinet and record of delegations of executive functions, and Standing Order D11 in relation to overview and scrutiny, call-in and urgency. Please refer to pages 191 and 194. These reports are for noting and no vote is necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I leave, please, before we do the questions?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm just going to bring in our Chief Executive as we are close to time.
Members, before we start the questions, just wanted to highlight the Constitution, if you're not aware, limits the duration of meetings to 4 hours. And once we get to 4 hours, there needs to be a vote that's passed to continue. So with the meeting starting at 5:30, but with a 10-minute break taken at just after 7 o'clock, the meeting's due to go on till 9:40. So we'll go through the questions until that point. At that point, I'll highlight it to the Civic Mayor, who will then take a vote on whether you continue with the rest of the questions. Just thought it'd be useful to set that out, members, at this point. Councillor's got some questions, so just Steve, do you want to come in, please?
Okay, right, we go.
Do you want to go down and ask?
I move to item number 7, members' questions. The questions and answers have been circulated and are noted and submitted. Members, these are available on your iPads under late reports pack. I will ask for any supplementary questions. For those members asking a supplementary question, it must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. May I remind members that supplementary questions shall not include a statement. I will be interrupting you if I consider your supplementary question is a statement. Please note that there is a time limit of 1 minute to ask a supplementary question. The response time for each supplementary question is 3 minutes, and the overall maximum time for members' questions is 30 minutes. First round. Question 1. Councillor Steve Darling, to the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator.
I have no supplementary. Thank you.
Question 2. Councillor Johns, to the Cabinet Member for Place Development and Economic Growth, Councillor Chris Lewis.
Tempting, but no, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Steve Darling, I understand you'll pick up a question.
Thank you. I do have a supplementary question on behalf of Cordelia Law. I know she was really keen to try and get a timescale to these to the answer that is given. So please, can we have a timescale for these works? Thank you.
Councillor Lewis. Councillor Billings, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Darling, thank you for that further request. You'll appreciate that I've only recently taken over this portfolio, so I will provide a further update to your question in writing after the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Question 4. Councillor Fox. Councillor, question 5. Councillor George Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Considering the difference in size, 4 times less was spent on reaching a Torquay resident compared to a resident in Brixham. Why was this, and was it reflected in the difference in response rate between the towns?
Councillor Tyman.
Thank you. I think to do justice...
Sorry, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor. We'll get there in the end. It's getting late.
Wind that key up at the back of it.
Past my bedtime. To do justice to your question, Councillor Darling, I think it would be sensible if I came back to you after the meeting with an answer in writing.
Question 7. Councillor Harvey.
Yes, sorry. Do we now understand that this mobile provision is in place of a static police station for Paignton?
Councillor Tranter.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Yes.
Apologies,
7,
members.
So this was in response to your answer of a mobile police station. Yeah. Is that now to replace the static police station? No, I think a static police station was discussed previously, and now a mobile police station is being discussed.
I believe, but I would have to confirm that there's discussions for both still to go ahead.
Sorry, we're going to go back to question 6 because I skipped 6. I went to Stretton. Sorry. So, question 6, Councillor Long.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that the population of Brixham is significantly lower than that of both Paignton and Torquay, but there were 2 of these resident surveys in Brixham and in Torquay, but 3 in Paignton, which is the middle, and surely the population of Torquay has been underserved by the number of resident surveys done in Torquay, and surely they should have had proportionately more. Thank you.
Councillor Tyman, if you could please stand up and put your microphone on.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to answer that. The location of where the surveys took place was largely restricted by the availability of sites, and I believe it's some time ago now, but I believe there was one planned, a third one planned to be in Torquay, in fact in St Mary Church, and that had to be cancelled. I believe that was due to weather issues.
Yeah, and we also had an event on Paignton Green which gave us that opportunity.
Absolutely. So it was intended a third one there. It was circumstances that caused that to have to be cancelled. We could not replace that at that location. We were not able to arrange that. And in fact, that's what created the extra one in Paignton. So it was not intended to be in that mix, but that was all that could be arranged at the short notice when the weather came to intervene.
Thank you. Right. Question 8. I refer to question 8 in respect of the campaign to attract more foster carers and foster families. Councillor Joyce, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. I wonder if the Cabinet Member for Children's Services can give us an update and to continue with vigour how we're promoting foster carers and parenting within the Bay, and tell us about what things we're going to be doing in the forthcoming future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I thought that was covered in the answer that you've already been given. But there's a whole variety of activities to promote fostering that is taking place within Torbay and beyond Torbay. For example, we're going to Teignmouth to an event in Teignmouth. This year, for the first time, we went to the Pride Festival, and my understanding is, I visited the stall there at the Pride Festival. We had 2 very good inquiries. We have become a foster-friendly council, therefore promoting foster caring within our organisation. And there was a very, very comprehensive report on fostering that came to the Cabinet meeting last month, just a few weeks ago. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would refer to the report that came to the last Cabinet meeting, which is a very comprehensive report of activities to promote, support and encourage fostering. And I have to say, I want to say thank you to our fostering families and foster carers. And over the last year, unlike many other authorities, we've made a net gain, albeit not the large increase that we'd hoped. We made a net gain of 3. Our target is to make a net gain of 10. And I hope that all councillors would promote fostering and support the fostering activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to question 9 in respect of bin infrastructure plan. In the absence of Councillor Cowell, Councillor Mill, do you have a supplementary on his behalf?
No, thank you.
I refer to question 10 in respect of developers demonstrating their green credentials. Councillor Douglas Dunbar, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I refer to question 11 in respect of appointment to the role within the council to act as force for positive change in our town centres. Councillor Verdi, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. How much time do you require to identify the specific challenges of meeting recruitment?
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. It's not about recruitment, it's about looking, when we were elected in May, to see what the priorities are. We're not against having a town centre manager for the Bay, based in Torquay or covering all 3 towns. But it is a question of what priorities over the last few months, and that has not been a priority. It is in the mix of how we deal with a lot of issues that we have got and we've been left in the town centre. Antisocial behaviour and other things that we're trying to clear up. But I can assure you that it is still on the list to do, and I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to question 12 in respect of the Devon, Plymouth and Torbay devolution deal. Councillor Pentley, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, we've now reached time. We now need to take a vote on whether we continue. All those in favour of the meeting continuing, please raise your hand.
Those against?
Those against?
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions?
On that basis.
On that basis, the meeting is closed.